Hey everybody, welcome back to Kiki Loves Nigeria. How is everybody doing? I am doing just fine. I hope you guys are doing lovely, but more importantly, I hope you guys are staying cool because it is extremely hot outside. So, look, I want to take my time and introduce you guys because I'm not going to rush through that part because I always forget to do that. I want to take my time to introduce myself because I got to remember that people come on here don't know who I am, and it's not fair to assume that they do. So, my name is Kiki Loves Nigeria, and I am the host of this show. And on Kiki Loves Nigeria, we talk about and everything, anything and everything that has to do with your repatriation journey. All right. If it impacts you visiting West Africa, if it impacts you repatriating to West Africa, we talk about it on this channel. All right. And let me see. We talk about it because it can, and it possibly will impact you in one way or another. Whether you're visiting there or whether you're repatriating there or whether you're romantically involved with someone there. Okay, or even if you are friends with someone there. These issues that we talk about on this channel can impact all of those areas. So that's why we talk about it. So we know what's going on and we know how to handle ourselves in these situations. Now, what we're talking about today, we are talking about the name of our show today is called Is Ghana the Repats Big Setup? And this is Miss Inez's Finley. This is her Ghanaian repat journey story. Now, I've been doing a little series on Ghana because normally we don't talk about Ghana, but some stories kept coming up on my timeline that I felt like needed, my attention. And different people had wrote me about these stories and asked me to talk about them or look further into them to see if it was something that we needed to talk about. So, I started looking at different things, about what was going on in Ghana, and I realized that there are a lot of things going on in Ghana, a lot. And those things are some things that we need to talk about because people tend to leave one African country and they go to another African country, West African country, and you face the same problems. That's because it's a culture. These things that are impacting us are cultural things. And just because you move to another country in Africa, West Africa, that doesn't mean the culture is going to change. The culture will probably be the same, and you'll probably run into the same problems. That's why you can see the same issues with the Gambian repats that you see with the Ghanaian repats. And but for some reason, it just seems like to me that the Ghanaian repats are just, whew, they're 10 times worse than the Gambian repats. So why are we talking about this topic on my channel? Again, my channel is for educational purposes only. All right. I'm not doing this to entertain you, even though we laugh a lot and we do have fun. I am doing this because I want to educate you. I want you to understand about this world that we live in and this world that we move in. And especially if you are traveling to another country. All right. Now, the way I do this educational purposes is bring awareness to issues. Is I accomplish this by just what I said. I bring awareness to issues that impact you. I bring awareness to issues that impact you visiting, impact you repatriating. And Mrs. Inez's issues that we're going to talk about in a few minutes are issues that I bet you one of these issues that we're going to talk about that some one of you have, if not all of you, have experienced at least one of these issues that we're going to talk about. Wait a minute, let me get a drink of water. Because these issues, like I said, are cultural issues. Now, and another big trend why I know these issues will impact you, because there are a lot of single women traveling to West Africa. This population, I call those the most vulnerable people in the population because they usually don't have a man there to protect them. And in West Africa, you do need a man to protect you. You need a man to speak for you. You pretty much need a man to do everything for you. And if you're saying, why is that? Then that means you really don't understand West African culture. Whether you believe it's unjust or it shouldn't be like that, that doesn't really matter. What matters is that culture over there believes that it's like that. And that's what matters, okay? Is what that culture believes is the correct thing and the appropriate thing to do. And in that West African culture, because like I said, that is my specialty, that's where I've traveled and that's where I've studied. Okay, because if you study Africa, you'll know that you cannot study Africa. You have to pick a region because the histories and the cultures are different. So you have to pick a region that you want to study and you have to pick a period in time that you want to study. Okay. So that's why I say West Africa because the culture may not, you may see some West African culture in East Africa, but you're not going to see it like you do in those countries that border West Africa. Those 14 countries. Those 14 countries, the culture is a lot alike. It is a lot of like. And like I said, that's why we continually run into these problems because, again, back to the single women, this is how all of those countries view single womanhood. They don't, and Inez said that. Miss Inez said that she in one of her videos that they don't respect you if you're single. And they don't. That's not respected in their culture. What is respected is marriage. So when you're there as a single woman, yes, you're I hate to say it, but you're probably going to be disrespected and you're going to be treated differently because of that. And again, that's because that is their culture. And that is why we are talking about this. And some people say, well, because it's their culture, does that make it right? Does that make it wrong? Well, we're not talking about right or wrong. All right. We're talking about differences. And see, that's what people get hung up on. Is it right or is it wrong? But right or wrong is a judgment call. Okay. And who's calling the judgment? You are. And what are you basing the judgment on? Your cultural perspective, your cultural understandings. You see what I'm saying? So in their culture, they're like, no, that's not wrong for us to think like that about single women. If they want to be single, why come to Africa? It's a ton of men here. Why would you come to the land of the black man if you don't want a black man? That's how they look at it. All right. So that's why we're talking about this because people need to be made aware of this. Now, what issues will we discuss tonight? Uh, Miss Inez, she had several issues going on with her repat life in Ghana. It is truly just like being to me. I'm just going to tell you, it was like from watching the videos and what she was going through, and just the anxiety in her voice and trying to stay calm when you're in the midst of pressure. It just felt like to me like she was just trying to be cool, but she's really under a lot of stress. Under a lot of stress. And I wanted to bring that to your attention. All right. So I couldn't talk about all the issues. So what I did is I grouped them into themes. I grouped them into themes so we could talk about it like that so we could make it easier. All right. So let me get on here and say hi to everybody. And then we're going to go start the videos. All right. So, hey, wonderful. How you doing today? Oh, yes. Thank you. Wonderful. Everybody, please remember to like and share and subscribe to our channel because, hey, brown eyes, because that's how we get the message out. Hey, Mr. Johnson, how you doing? I'm glad you're here. Hey, Mr. Jordan, how you doing? I'm glad you're here. Because that's how we get the word out. That's how we have to educate people. That's what I see the biggest problem is here is that it's the same stories but different characters. It's the same stories taking place in different places. And I'm like, why don't we know this? This story is being told over and over and over again. Why don't we know this? But see, there's more people telling us the fantasy story than it is people telling us the reality story. And that's the big thing that's going on there. So, characteristics of a classic says there will be a day where I will have my turn to face you, crook. Ooh, shame. I don't have anything better to your day. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, person. I don't know if you're talking to me or if you're talking to somebody in your head, but nobody on this channel is a crook. Nobody can say they gave us any kind of money on this channel. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maybe you got the wrong channel. Okay. Uh yeah. Hey, how you doing? How do I say that? Tashimba? Tashimba? Greetings, Kiki, and to all in the house. You have been missed. Oh, thank y'all. I've been missing y'all too. But it was a lot. I was doing a lot. I was trying to get ready for the show and I was doing a lot. So I had to like slow down, regroup, take my time, and come back and do it right because I didn't want to rush through. I had got off that big story with Passport Traveler. That was not supposed to go for 6 episodes. So somehow she ended up lasting for 6 episodes, and then I had things in my life I had to do, my real life I had to do. And then this story came up that I really wanted to do because I just felt like this was extremely important that we talk about it. Uh, so Fat Girl says, well, no, no, no. Obviously, they don't have nothing else to do, so we're just gonna let her do that. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, I know you can't, but if you can't, that's okay. When you feel like they've been talking too much, just cut them off. Okay. But you can let them, I don't even know who this person is or who they talking about. So just kind of, whenever you feel like, okay, you said enough, or whenever you feel like it's time for them to go, then just cut them off. Hey, Miss Inez, thank you so much for joining us because I know it's late there. I know it's late. And thank you so much for joining us. Okay, so now I've got to that part. Okay, so now we're going to go back. And now this is what I decided to do. Cuz I was struggling with this, y'all. Because when I first seen it, let me tell you how I discovered the videos, right? Who Miss Inez was. I had no clue, knew nothing about her. So, her video came across my timeline. And I can't remember what the first video was, but it seemed like it was one video that came across about Miss Naomi passing away. Yeah, I remember Miss Naomi. She was the lady from Ghana who passed away. She did a video about her passing away. And that's when I saw her first video. Then I saw another video about her, but then I can't remember what that one was about. But then there was another one that showed up on my timeline. And that's when I was like, okay, you need to pay attention to this because something looked like it's wrong here. Something looked like it's all the way wrong here. And that was the video when the rent police and the caretaker and I don't know who the little guy was with the floral shirt on. I guess he might have been from the rental board. And a young lady showed up all at her house, and I'm going to show you the video. And I'm not even sure what they wanted. I'm watching. Oh, they came to deliver a paper. That's what they came. It was like I guess it was like like we have here like a summons to go to court. I think it might have been something like that, but I'm going to show you the video, okay? And after I saw that video, I became really inquisitive to what was going on, with Miss Inez, because I could just tell by the vibe, the people's vibing towards each other, that it was not a good thing. And it's not ever a good thing to be in Africa, living in someone's house, and there's hostilities. That that is all bad. all bad. So that's when I was like, no, let me keep checking this out and see what's going on. And again, by that time, you guys were giving us, writing me, different people were telling me, let's take a look at Miss Inez. Let's take a look at her channel and see what's going on with her. So, we all different people had began looking at her channel and checking her out to see what was going on. So we all wanted to know what happened. How did this situation get like it was? Because it's bad. That's not a situation, because let me tell you something, people. When you see the video and you see that she's there by herself, she's by herself. She has no backup. All she has is a phone. That's it, a phone. And who are you going to call? You're not calling 911. So all you can do is, I don't know, I take that back. Ghana seems pretty advanced. They might have a 911. They may. But I'm sure it's not responding like they're supposed to respond. Like we think, no, I take that back. They're not responding to the standard that we're used to the response. Okay. Let me say it like that. Sorry about that. So all she's there is with a phone and these four people. And I'm looking like this is really a bad and dangerous situation, because this situation can get out of hand. And if this situation gets out of hand, who's going to be there for her? And that's when I'm like, wow, she's really by herself handling this type of situation. So that's when I was like, okay, let me keep on and try to find out more and more. So that's when I was just like, I was going through the channel, like I said, just looking at everything. And then when I finished, that's when I came out with what seemed to be areas. I had to group them in areas so I could present it to you guys, because I didn't want to just present video after video after video. I wanted it to make some type of sense. So I had to develop some type of research methodology. I couldn't just like look at them and talk. Well, I could, but I wanted it to be more like a story. So that's what I did. I put them in groups on what she talked about. And then I put them in groups. I themed them and I put them in groups. And it seemed to be the issues were with rental property. And where have we seen that at? We've seen that in Gambia. There were issues with land purchasing. Where have we seen that at? We've seen that in Gambia. And there were relationship issues, building and maintaining support networks. I'm not going to call them relationships, they're support networks. There are no support networks there. There's none in Ghana and there's none in Gambia. So that's what I'm telling you. You see, right? These are two different countries, very different from each other, very different. But as you see, repats in both countries having the same issues. So those are the ones that I grouped them in. And then I think it was buying land. Let me make sure. Well, I'm gonna go down in a minute. Hold, let me keep going, then I'll get to y'all comments. And so then, like I said, I grouped them. Then I realized I was becoming even more concerned because she had to go to court. I think they said on the 13th. And then we didn't see any other video about what happened. So I'm like, oh my God, because I know they will just put you out. They will just take your stuff and just put you out. So I didn't know nobody knew what happened because there was no updated video. And then we got an updated video. And so it appears like she's still going through the court situation. But again, I want to take this time to share with you guys her story and present to you what she's going through in on her repat journey and why she called it a big setup. And let me tell y'all something. I'm thinking the big setup the whole time was Ghana. They got that the Ghanaian people were the big setup. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm watching her videos, right? And I'm like, I'm looking like, how did the Ghanaian people set you up? That's the question I'm asking. How are the Ghanaians setting her up? How are the Ghanaians setting her up? Then I'm like, who are the 30-year people she's talking about? It sounds to me like the 30-year people are setting her up. Because if you watch her videos, I'm going to show you, she talks about these relationships with these people. And what do we talk about on our channel all the time? That do not go to Africa without building relationships. Do not go there unless you know people there who are going to look out for you, who are going to have your back. Now, if you've known someone for 30 years and you've known that person in the United States since you were 15 years old and you know their entire family, and you've been going back and forth to Ghana about 8 times before you move there, then you think this is a supportive network, right? That's what I thought after I finally realized what she was talking about. The 30 years that was not the setup. The setup was the Black Americans. The setup, the setup is thinking that you're going to have a repat community there for you when you're really not. Same thing I've said about Gambia. And you know, I haven't even talked about Ghana. I'm just starting to talk about Ghana. So for her to say the setup is they all work together, together. So you have such a terrible time adjusting that you're just set up for failure. When you run into walls, where's the supportive network? If you don't have that, how are you going to make it? How are you going to make it? How are you going to make it? You're not. You're not. And that was another thing when I said that this lady is different. So now I'm going to stop and take some more of y'all comments because I don't want to get ahead of the comments this time. I'll get behind in the comments so much. So then we're going to move after this. We're going to go to who is Inez Finley. So I want to introduce y'all to her so y'all can see her as a person. Okay. So we want to see her as a person and see who she is. Okay. So hold on. Let me see if y'all got some comments. See where, oh, I'm getting behind. Lord. Okay. Trying y'all. That looks like your friends from Bag. Oh, you right. Okay. So if you want to let them have some fun, you can let them have some fun. But if they get to doing too much, you can just block them. I watched that interaction. They're very, yes, hostile, and you should be careful, Inez. And see, wonderful. That's what I was concerned about, especially when she said when he was all up on her, and like she already had the papers. She knew when the court date was. So there was no need for this man to like get up all in her space, you know you got to go to court. You know you got, and she's telling him, I got the paper. I got the paper. So like that interaction right there, that was like, oh, they don't like her. He don't like her. He don't like her. And most of the time, I'm gonna just tell y'all the truth. When they don't like you, that's because they can't control you. And when they feel like you can't be controlled, then they feel like that's their job to control you. Okay. And that's not good. Again, a single woman in that type of environment, it is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Because who know who got keys to her house? Who do we know? Everybody who got the keys to the house? No, we don't. We don't. We don't. That's why the whole situation is scary. The entire situation is scary. Calm down says, hey, peace to Kiki Loves Nigeria. We need very expertise and wisdom navigating African streets. Yes, we do. And that's what we don't think we need. We think we can just go over there and jump in the streets. But see, that's what Inez already knew. That's why I was confused. I'm like, how is this lady? She did everything the blueprint we laid out. That when you want to go to Africa, you need to establish a network. You need to have some income. You need to have a plan how you're going to make money. We had all of that. She had all of that. She had all of that. The only thing she didn't do that we talked about is she was single. But see, I'm telling y'all, that's just us because some women, they don't want to get married. Some women, They feel like it's their right. I don't have to. And it is. My grandmother, after the kid, well, the man, the grandfather, he was gone. She didn't want to be bothered anymore. Some women are just like that. So you can't fault them for being like that, and you can't judge them harshly for being like that. But unfortunately, in African West African culture, they do. They do, and they will. So this is the only thing I saw that they could probably take and get the wrong picture from her. Because if you watch her videos, she not like she not embarrassing us. She's representing us well. She's carrying herself well. She's doing everything that we think you need to do to be successful in repatriating to West Africa, but her journey is not successful. Her journey is a nightmare. Her journey is a nightmare. And I'm thinking, how? How? How could this happen to somebody who went to Ghana 8 times and lived there? This woman visited, she said she visited 8 times. She's been living there for almost 3 years. Almost 3 years. And this is for real. This is not like how the passport traveler's been living there for 3 years. This is she's been there consecutively for real for this time period. Yeah, because you can do the timeline like I showed you, and you can see, oh, she was there this whole time. Yes. So how does this happen? How does this happen with someone who brings enough money? How does this happen to someone who opens up a successful business? How does this happen? How does this happen? This is the question. How does this happen when you do everything you're supposed to do and you still get caught up in all of the madness? How? That's what we're trying to figure out. It it was a money grab by the government. That's what people are saying, that whole welcome. That's why I didn't really have interest in Ghana, because it became, whenever things, this is just me personally, whenever things about Africa becomes commercial and becomes trendy, I back away from it, because it's gonna lose its African essence. It's gonna lose who they are as a people, as a place, as a thing. They're going to become whatever that commodity demands them to be. And if they want that money, that foreign dollar, they're going to be whatever the foreign dollar demands that they be. And so that's why whenever a country starts to do that, that's a country that I'll pull away from. I won't stay there. I won't go to that country like that. I just won't. Yeah, I won't go to that country like that. Because you're not, for one, you're not going to get a you're not going to have a good experience. Kiki, repats have to go with another form from, wait a minute. Tammy says, Kiki, repats have to go with another from their country, especially in West Africa, especially not marriage, not even ES. Okay, Tammy, say that again. Let me try to make sense of this, because I know it's hard typing on your phones and this stuff. Repats have to go with another from their country, especially in West Africa. So do you mean we need to go with someone from America? So we need to go as a team to West Africa? Or do you mean we need to be with someone in West Africa? So then you said, especially not marriage, not even ES. Now, ES is another one. Now, shows you there's no unity in that community, because this is a woman over there too, okay, who've been through some challenges over there. So I want to know, how come she hasn't established some type of network? How come you don't have something where you know what these women are going through? Because I remember when she was on the street, when all that went down with her and Vin Man and Prince Ayoko, and she called Vin Man to come pick her up and all of that, and she was on the street. So to me, that type of person, you know what it's like to be in a bad situation. You should have some type of safety net for other women there. But it just seems like, to me, they're just all looking out for themselves. We're going to all look out for themselves. She'll go on Passport Traveler's channel. Now, this is ES, and support that nonsense. But she hasn't been on Inez's channel one time to say, you can do this, you can do that. Go talk to this person. I have a friend here. I have a friend there. Why isn't she doing that? Because I'm telling you, there's no social networks there. It's just like in Gambia. It's just like in Gambia. Same thing. She come to ES come on YouTube and pretend like she the queen of loving women, and she the queen of sisterhood, and she the queen of this, and she the queen of that. But there's nothing there for them women who go to Ghana and get in bad situations. Nothing. Nothing. No safety net, no nothing. Just her house, her ducks, and her bin man. Yeah, and that's a big problem. So if I didn't get that right, please repeat that for me. Uh, your only protection here is money, pow pows, and common sense. Then, if that's the case, I'm not moving there because I'm not even going to visit there. If that's how I have to protect myself, then I don't. Why would I pay to go to that place? It's like I used to say when I would go to Lagos and things would happen, and I would get upset after I've been there longer than the time I should stay, and I start having meltdowns. And I would say I feel like I'm being paying people to torture me. So why would you pay people to torture you? I don't have to live like that here in the United States. Yeah, I do need money. I do need common sense, but I don't live by the pow pow rule. So I guess this is the same stuff some people live by here. Those just aren't my rules that I live by. Maybe those are yours and other people's, but I don't live by the pow pow rule. Uh Brown Eye said she should not have went by her. Oh no, wait till I tell y'all the story. Wait till I tell y'all the story. I'm gonna play y'all the story. She didn't go by herself. Well, she traveled by herself, but she had a friend there. And she had known this friend since she was 15 years old. This was an American friend. She knew the friend's family, everybody. This was a friend from the United States that she had not only visited there, but he encouraged her to come to relocate to Ghana. And yes, I said he. This is a man. So this man could have been her covering for her. Even if he was not her boyfriend, he could have said, "This is my sister." When those men came, she should have been able to pick up that phone and say, my brother is on his way. I will not talk to you till he get here." And that's how it goes down. Because no woman is gonna they don't put women respectable. When women they respect, they don't do that too. They'll say, "Ma'am, can you call your brother? Ma'am, can you call your husband? Ma'am, can you call your father?" But to do that, mm-mm, no, no. So she went by herself, but she went there. There were people there for her. So she thought. So she thought. And that's where the big setup began. Because she felt like these people who said they cared about her, these people who had been her friends since 15 years old, she thought these people really did care about her. You see what I mean? And come to find out when she got there, they didn't. He didn't. He didn't. All the people that were scammed, she was scammed by, that she trusted. Because I'm gonna show y'all. I don't want to get ahead. No, I ain't gonna tell y'all that part. I don't want to get ahead of the story. Uh Calm Down says, "Hi, Miss Inez. She likes your videos. She like listening to your stories." Brown Eye says, "It's scared to me to bring to be. It is scary to me to be by myself, and I've been there 12 times. And at night, because the darkness in Africa, it ain't nothing like no darkness I ever seen in my life. The sounds you hear outside at night, you don't hear them sounds where I live at. No, mm-mm. Yeah, I'm scared. That's one place I don't ever want to be by myself. Never, never. I don't even want to have to tackle those bugs by myself. I don't want to have to tackle not one of the insects do I want to have to go up against by myself. So that shows you how bad the insects are, how big and bad they are. You think I want to go up against one of them? Uh-uh. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And they have an insult law. I don't know if Ghana has the insult law, but Gambia does. Gambia has an insult law that if they feel if you insult them, they can have you arrested. So what is an insult? I mean, how do I determine if you feel insulted by what I say? That is so subjective. That's going to change from person to person. Okay. Hello everyone. Thank you. Okay, we read that one. In an involvement like Africa, I don't think you should be single. No, I don't either. And y'all know how I strongly feel about that. You should not. You should not because people look at you differently. We know how backwards that thinking is. We know how untrue that thinking is, but it doesn't matter what we think. We're in their culture. We're in their country. What matters is what they think. What they think. Even in India, it is the same way. If they see a woman out at night, even if she's with her boyfriend, they disrespect her because they feel like you're nothing more than a lady of the evening. A lady of the evening. But no, I don't. I think that's one place you don't go single. Maybe France, you can go there. Maybe you like European countries. Yeah, you know you can do those easily. But any developing nation that's into that, where marriage is like the biggest accomplishment in your life, yeah, and kids is followed by that, then yeah, that's not a country that a single woman wants to be in. Because if you're not married and if you don't have kids, they're going to look at you like you're less than a woman, especially if you don't have kids. They're really going to look down on you then. Coop, what? You need numbers. He ever got to the most children and the grandchildren wins. What? You ever got the most that doesn't even make sense, okay? Whoever you are, I'm sorry. Can you type so I can understand your insults, your attempted insults? Because I can't understand your attempted insults when they're not even complete sentences. No brown. Calm down says no brown eyes. You are right. Miss Finley has no business being alone. When you are in Rome, and yes, you must do like the Romans. Calm down. You are absolutely right. You have to play that game, and that's where I see we get so messed up. We don't realize that, but it's a game, and you got to turn it on and turn it off. Yep, you got to know when to turn that game on and when to turn that game off. But yep, when you over there, you got to play along. You got to play along and get along, or you're going to get in trouble. And all that talking, complaining, you cannot do that. You cannot do that. They will label you a troublemaker. And we see what happened to Veronica when they labeled her a troublemaker. We see what happened to Anja when she got labeled a troublemaker. You don't want to be labeled a troublemaker. Uh yeah. And you don't want to be alone. Oh, thank you, Brown Eyes. She says I look cute on that picture. Thank you. Uh Read the Bible chapter called Numbers. They they squad up. That's how you spread wealth. Well, can you speak in regular sentences? I mean, I don't get this. And I've read the book of Numbers. Thank you. African. Thank you. Calm down. Hi, every. Hope you are well. Okay. Girl, bye. Exactly, honey. Girl, bye. ES ain't who she. No, she's not, and she's not. And people need to realize that she's not because if and you know what somebody was telling me that I was looking at how these older women, these grannies, are with these young guys, right? These 20-year-olds. And they were like, girl, who you think you got? She got it from. They got it from. ES is the queen of it. And I'm like, what do you mean? She was like, look at ES and Vin Man. You can't tell there's a big age difference between ES and Vin Man. But I never paid attention like that. I never looked at Vin Man for real. I never looked at her for real. And then I looked one day and I'm like, oh, yeah. So, and then she was like, look how she shows him on TV. Look how she presents him. She doesn't present him as uh, a humanistic being. He's like an object, like an African man object. That's how she presents him. He never has really any clothes on. He's always walking in the jungle, these big, huge muscles. It's like a stereotype, that she's fulfilling that you have of these big, huge African men. I don't know one African man who looked like that. I don't. And I know lots of them. And I've met lots of African men throughout my life, but I've never met one that looks like that. So to me, that's just like she's marketing him to fulfill some stereotype that women have about African men, and she's playing off of that to get these women to watch and to do whatever they do with when they watch. Let's put it like that. Let's just leave it like that. But yeah, that's what they were saying. She is the queen of it, y'all. That's why it's carrying on like that, because she promotes it. And that's why you see it in Ghana. Like in Gambia, you'll see it with the Europeans, not so much the Black Americans. But now you are. Now they don't care either. ES lives in her own mind. Kitty cats, monkeys, and a camera. Right. I'm like, lady, come on. So much more going on, and that's what you talking about. Now she got a new monkey she talking about, honey. I'm like, go and sit down. That's what I'm saying. Is there any support? While she's talking about monkey dude, Miss Inez is being look what she going through. Look what she going through. And is there a support system for her there? Nope. Can she go to any of these people we see on YouTube? Nope. Just like in the Gambia. Just like I told you there. It's the same. Yes, go in pairs and groups to West Africa. Yes. In South Africa and East Africa, it is not like that. I spent 2 years by myself and nobody harassed me. So it's better in those places for single travelers. And see, that's what I'm telling you. I don't know. Those are not my specialties, but West Africa certainly is. I can tell you South Africa is probably a lot different also, because South Africa is more it's more developed. It's like the United States. So you probably won't have those problems there. But in West Africa, you're going to have those problems if you're living single. If you're a single woman, there you're going to have lots of problems. Calm Down says ES is a fraud. Yeah, I think so too. Hold on. Okay. Hi. Okay, everybody's saying hi. Uh, Calm Down says, "Oh, do tell." Yeah, I think we're having an air show here. So if you hear some airplanes flying over a lot, you might hear a lot of airplanes flying over in a minute. Uh, Fat Girl says, "Calm down," while making it seem like stuff sweet. Yeah, they do, and it's not. Okay, there's a diaspora coalition. Okay, there's the Caribbean. There's the AA African American Association. Oh, is it of Ghana Central? Okay, well, how come none of them helped to keep? If you could to, if you could afford to keep up. But what do you mean? Are they just there in name, or are they really doing stuff? Because it doesn't seem like let me write these down and ask Miss Inez. She's gonna come on to the show next week, y'all, and she's gonna answer y'all questions live, okay? Any questions that you guys want to ask her next week, she'll be here. So you said the AA African American Association in Ghana. Do you know what they do? Like, what do they do? What's the other one? Central Region Association. And do they have contact information so I can put this on my channel? Ascendants. Do you have any of that information? Association in Ghana. So it looks like it's a couple of them. And I don't know what you mean when you says if you could afford to keep up. I don't know what that means. Um, okay, so now what I'm going to do folks get to know about you? I don't even know who this person is. There's an NAACP, the Urban League, and Al Sharpton, but they're all useless. She's right. So please tell me, are they like those organizations? Because if they like those organizations, they're just there. They don't do anything. You can call them all you want. I've tried to call about these ladies being unalived in West Africa, and guess what? They don't even answer the phone. They don't even answer the phone. So is it one of those organizations where they don't even answer the phone? That was alive in the 60s and 70s, but they're gone now. Okay, you are absolutely right. There is not enough respect for women. You must use your discernment. I've been solo in Tanzania and Kenya. It was cool. Yeah, it's not. Especially if they don't respect you in West. I'm telling you, I went to a party, and this was in the United States. It was a Cameroonian party, and it was when I had went got through it. I went through a divorce then, and I was single at that time. You just tell people if they say, "Are you married?" You say no. It's no big deal in the United States. It's nothing to be ashamed of if you're single or if you're divorced. To us, it's nothing. So they made a big deal about it. This guy had the nerve to tell me because I wouldn't give him my information, my personal information, because I was single. I had to be desperately looking for a man. And because I refused to give him my personal contact information, he tells me I am less than a woman because I don't even have a husband. This was at a party. Yes, he yells this at me because he's insulted because I'm supposed to give him my number. Yeah, so he yells, "How you're not even a woman. You're less than a woman. You don't even have a husband." But this is how this person thinks. And this is like I said, this was in the United States at a party. Yes, this is just how they think. Not all of them, but most of them. Diasporans say this all the time. I don't come to Africa to be around Americans. I would have stayed in the States for that. That's not true. Wait a minute, let me read it again. I'm sorry. I think you're right. I didn't come to Africa to be right. Okay, right. Right. You're right. They do say that. They do say that. And that's the complaint. Because you know why? Because when you're around the Americans all the time, you get caught up. I'm not going to say all of them, but most of them, you're going to get caught up in that American drama. And you don't go there for that. So that's why. And then when you hang around the Black Americans, you really don't get to experience the country like you would if you were with, the other, the natives. Okay. Yaha watch Kiki moves. Okay. Uh, Let me see. Wonderful, yes. But it's a group think effort. Also, it's a money thing. If you a strong investor and partner with others, you will be able to keep up and get citizenship. Once you do YouTube, you are a what's that? Thera. Okay, I don't know what you mean. Okay, but look, what he's saying right here is true. Okay, but I think this is more for the people who are not married to someone who's a local. If this is an outside person, you do have to show that you're doing things for the community. All right, and I don't blame them for that because that's I'm not going to sell you land and I'm not going to give you citizenship in my country if you don't plan on investing in my country. And I don't mean just investing in yourselves because that's a lot what Black Americans will do. They'll go build a house and go build this and build that, but it'll be for themselves. It won't be for the country of Ghana. It's not going to improve the lives of the little Ghanaian boys and girls. It's not. It's going to improve the lives of your children, but it won't of their children. So they're making and they're making you do that. They for you to get the citizenship, you got to prove how you're improving the lives of improving Ghana as a whole. And I don't blame them for that because that's their country, and they can't just go around selling their land to people like that. What are their people going to have? When Kiki is in Africa, her husband does all the yeah, he's willing and dealing. We all know Miss Kiki loves to talk. I sure do, and y'all know I do. She is good at it. I sure am. But she holds her tongue and follows protocol when she is in. I sure do. Oh, y'all should see me. Y'all would be look at that. Y'all would look at me like, look at her. Y'all would be looking like, look at her. Now we know this woman run her mouth from sun up to sundown. But when she go outside in Africa, she says nothing. No, I don't. Because I know how to get, like she said, I know how the game's supposed to be played. No, no, I don't do that. No, 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 because I know how it goes. No. Wins, bringing your sons. What? He who has the most number wins. Bring your sons and the energy change. Bring the energy. Bring your sons. Okay, that doesn't make sense, dude. Say that again, okay? I'm trying to understand your comments, but I can't. The problem, Mr. Jordan says, the problem, Kiki, is we go over there with their Western mindset. We have to reset our mind to Africa before we move. You do. You do. You have to. If you're single, I don't care how old you are, you're going to have to live in a house with a man who covers you. You have to. You have to, when you leave the house, even to go to the corner store, you have to have a male chaperone you. Even if it's a little one of those boys, I forgot what they call them. You know, the boys that you hire to work for you. You go a lady goes nowhere in Africa unaccompanied by a male. Nowhere. So that's the first thing you got to remember. And all this, I want to go handle bit. No, because women don't handle business there. That's why they're talking to you like that, because women don't handle business there. The man does that. So they figure, oh, you want to handle business? Oh, you think you a man? You're going to get treated like a man. And they don't have no problems doing that when they think you're out of line because they feel like you're not a woman anyway. So why should I treat you like one? You don't treat yourself like a woman. Why would I treat you like a woman? Where are the hookup grannies? I've been looking for them. They're coming next after we finish Miss Inez. Because the hookup grannies is making it all bad for everybody. That's what I'm telling you. And when they money run out, I don't know what's going to happen to them. Well, we'll see what happens to them when the money gone. I live in Ghana now, so I know. Inez, woman who don't have family here, get, yes, disgraded by both. Yes, he's right. This person said, yes, these people, these women do. Who, wait a minute, let me read this again. I'm sorry, y'all. I live in Ghana now, so I know. I know Inez. Women who don't have families here get disgraded by both locals and the diaspora, and he's right. Like I told you, they have no covering. They have no protection. You have, let me tell y'all, when I went, we're going to get to the videos, I promise. I promise. We went, when I go to Gambia, sometimes I'll go kick it with my American friends. It's just us, a group of ladies. So when they see just a group of ladies, they just assume we're all single ladies, right? So if we're all single ladies, then we all must be there looking for men and we all must be disrespected. And that's what they do. So we went to this market, and you would not believe how they wanted to overcharge us at this market, all because we were single ladies, and how these market women disrespected us. These market women disrespected us so bad and overcharged us so much and laughed in our face because they thought we were just a bunch of single women from America. And I said, wow, I'm never, and I told the woman that, I said, I've never been treated like this since I've been to Gambia. The market lady who was doing all this performing, I said, I've never been treated like this. I said, so this is what happens when you go out the house without a male. This is how you treat women when you think they're single. You treat them like this. You overcharge them and you disrespect them. Yeah, and she just stood there. I told her I didn't want to buy anything, and I refused to buy anything, and I walked out of that market. And I said, so this is how these women are treated constantly. And I don't even know if my friends realized they was being disrespected. Because when they're overcharging you, charging you twice as much as this stuff should be, and you try to bargain with them and they won't want to bargain with you, they're disrespecting you. And they're laughing in your face, telling you you're getting a good deal. And I know daggone well I'm not, because I've been to Africa and I know. And I've been to other markets. And I know you're overcharging me because I know how much this costs at the other market. But because I'm with a group of ladies, oh, the price doubles, the price triples. Because you're a single lady, so you get treated as such. All right, so now let's look at this first video. Now, I forgot to tell y'all, but y'all know this is fair use. Y'all know we use fair use on my channel to help people understand what's going on in the real world. We don't play any games on this channel. We use videos to educate each other about what people are saying and what people are doing. We use other people's videos so you can get a reality check. So you can kind of see what's going on. I can tell you what's going on, but it's so much better when I can show you a video to give you an example of what's going on. All right. So this is I want to introduce y'all to Miss Inez Finley. This is how I met her. This is the Inez Finley that I met going through her channel. I was like, oh wow, she can really sing. Now y'all know I might have to take this off, but I just want to show y'all who this lady is. This isn't the lady we who we seen in Ghana. No, there's more to this lady than that. Okay. So let me show y'all. And she likes to sing karaoke. So that's why she was going out to the nightclubs when she's going to tell you about. She likes to sing karaoke. So in the United States, karaoke is a safe go out. That's a cool go out. But not so much so in Ghana, because again, it's a single woman going out to a club. So let's check out this video real quick and get to know Miss Finley. That's Miss Inez singing in Oakland. She's from Oakland, California. All right, so let's find out who she is. All right. So after I saw that video and I went through, I'm like, oh, this seems like a really nice lady. So I wanted to know about her issues and her challenges, like I've been telling you guys, and what was leaving this bad taste in her mouth about Ghana. It was just horrible. So let me tell you a little bit more about her. Let's go to her channel so y'all can look through her channel with me real quick. Like I was saying, she is from Oakland, California. She has been going to wait, channel. Hold on, y'all. Let me show y'all her channel. because I feel like that's how you really get to know the people. You have to look through their channel, because a video won't tell you nothing. A video or two won't tell you nothing. You have to like look and see what the person is about. So this is her channel. Let me X out of this video. This is her channel, and on her channel she has different sources. I looked through here to see what it was about. It seemed like it was really good. It was about self-improvement, travel, entrepreneurship, different things to help you become a better person, social issues, world issues, femininity. All right. And then, this is where you can support and donate to her channel or donate to her issues. And this one, I went down here to see what the GoFundMe was about. And then I saw, oh, it's about legal cost. So we go over here and we see, she says she's having some legal problems. She says, I've been fighting battles for some time and I need help with extensive legal costs and the day-to-day expenses to live. My legal battles continue with having to sue different mechanics. One who had been maintaining my car that has only 69,000 miles on it for months, only for the engine to mysteriously need to be replaced. Then, when I paid for another engine, that engine also mysteriously went bad. I have no transportation and I am out of a ton of money, and I am suing the two of them. I have I've spent so much on repairs and legal fees, and I feel ashamed, but I have to ask for help. I need help. Any assistance you could give will help tremendously. If you can donate through the PayPal site, or you can donate on this Go Get Funding, which is on her website. Okay. Um, so this is another thing that's on her website. Now this is to help with the legal fees. Now the legal fees, you guys, were when she sued the people about her car, because her car got messed up and she had to sue the people. She sued some people about that. Okay. And then let me go back on here so I can show y'all. I didn't mean to get off of there. And then she sued some people. Did I show the fair use thing? Even, I can't remember whether I showed the fair use little thing or not, but I'm showing it again just in case. Okay. So that was her channel. This is her channel. And now I want to show you guys, get back over here, the video that shocked me, that made me start really saying, oh, those are my notes. Y'all don't want to see those. This is the video that made me say something is badly wrong in Ghana. And the fact that this lady has no one there with her makes it even worse. All right, so this is the video. Let's check this one out real quick. Now, let me tell y'all, this is not proper protocol. This is not supposed to happen like this. They're supposed to say to her, is there some man here? There's supposed to be a male they're supposed to talk to. They're not supposed to be doing this with a single woman in the house by herself. They are not. But if she's single, I don't know what other recourse they had. I don't know. So let's go through this and see.
Good morning.
I'm still in Canada Police Station.
Yes, hello, Stephen. We've met before.
This man coming from rent control.
Yes.
Will not make you okay. Please come in, please.
For what?
You want to come inside?
No, we'll talk here, please.
Why?
I don't feel comfortable that you brought all of these people here, and you could have called me into the police station, so I don't feel comfortable.
No, this is not a police case.
I understand. That's why, but you want me to let you guys in, and I feel uncomfortable. You brought four. There's another one down. It doesn't matter. You're here, though. So there's four people against one, so I don't feel comfortable.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Yes, please. Is this something you have for me?
Yes.
And then, so I should probably record this too, because she has a camera out. So I should pull this. Yes, please. So 4 against 1, but yes, please. Can you undo this, please?
Okay.
Can you open it, please?
It's sealed.
Okay.
So it should be you to open it.
Okay.
Right.
It's not coming. Okay, so what is this exactly? Or if you want me to? Sorry, it's gonna tear. It's gonna tear. Ah. Okay, so let me just read it anyway. This is your attendance is necessary. Thursday, June 13th. So this is next Thursday. Yes? Yes? June 3rd, next Thursday. Okay. And so this is what you came to deliver to me. Is that correct? Yes. With 4 people.
Yes.
So make sure I record since she has
So
all of these people here, plus the gentleman that was downstairs.
I'm sure you're aware that the landlord has the permission to actually.
I actually tried to renew my lease. So
That's what I didn't understand either. Why bring all those people? If he was just, delivering the letter, I could see, a witness to somebody to say, okay, we gave her the letter, and this is the witness that we gave her the letter. Or usually they had you sign for the letter, so I'm not sure what that was all about.
So that was part of the issue, is that I was attempting to renew the lease. It wasn't like I was trying to stay here for free. Do you get? This wasn't a matter of me coming and saying, oh, for free. But the issues, as you see, they're very inappropriate in their behavior. And so I've just tried to just let it go. He said he would take it to the rent board. I said, okay. So I didn't want to argue about it. He said he would take it to the rent board.
He has the permits to actually.
And I explained to him that I didn't have a place. I wasn't aware of that. But I didn't.
That's what the policy says. Right?
The who?
The rent policy.
Okay.
Let me pull up.
Okay. Well, I'm actually in the middle of something. As you guys saw, I wasn't even dressed. The last thing, or the least someone could do, at least for me, is at least make an appointment, because I am a single woman. And like I said, I was undressed. I was actually getting ready to try and do a water bath. So at least try and make an appointment. I'm just saying, as a courtesy, try and make an appointment with the lady. I was not dressed. And then you can go from there, please.
I don't know. Probably I can tell him to hold on.
Yes, please. No, I mean, obviously I went and got dressed, but that's what I'm saying with this whole situation, because
but he needs to do the inspection. That's why I brought the police for your safety and our.
Oh, it was muted. I'm sorry. Basically, you got to, what I was saying is you got to basically take what they give you. She's saying, that they can't come in here. Now they want to say they want to do an inspection, right? First they say, okay, we want to drop the papers off. Now they want to say, oh, we want to do an inspection. So, you can't do that. You can't say I'm coming to deliver a letter and then say I'm going to do an inspection. Well, that's at least here. But in Ghana, who knows what you can do? Who knows what you can do? That's what I'm saying, especially and there's nobody there but you. Who knows? And obviously they're doing what they want to do.
And I don't feel safe. And I don't feel safe. You brought 4 people. It's 4 people you against 1. But that's okay. I won't argue that. But I'm just letting you know I don't feel comfortable. So I'm letting you know.
That's fine.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is that we'll give you probably 10 minutes for you to probably get.
Okay. So here's the thing. When I went to rent board to have a conversation with a gentleman, I forgot his name, but he was explaining that I have at least 3 months to pack, because I explained to him I needed time. I thought he was going to just renew my lease like before. And so that's what I was hoping, was to just renew the lease and proceed. I wasn't trying to cause any of this riffraff, but I don't know what it is. It's just people here don't know how to leave me alone. No, we're not talking. I let you talk, please. Okay, I'm done. So
what happened? The dude, through all of this, okay, Inez tells the dude she wants to, pay the money to renew the lease. The dude is like, no, 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 we don't want to renew the lease. We just want you to go. Okay. But she's saying the rule is if you decide you don't want the tenant to stay, you got to give that tenant some time, 3 months, at least 3 months to find a new place. And she said she was never notified of that until, basically at the last minute when he gets upset and says, no, I don't want your money.
I'll go inside. It won't be today though. That's what I'm saying. It can't be today.
He has the right to actually do an inspection on his property.
Okay. Okay. So let me tell you this: if it's him, it can only be him. It can't be her. So it's only one person. I don't care. So it can only be. Then the officer comes. But like I said, it doesn't need to be all of these people. It's very disrespectful to me and invasive that we bring 4 people and I'm one. Ideally,
it was supposed to be you and him.
So you understand? So like all of this excitement is disrespectful, and I don't want to.
That's why
I don't know who this dude is with the yellow and brown. He might be from the rent people, but he's saying that really it is just supposed to be her and the guy doing the inspection, not all of these people. So why are all the people there when the rent guy know all these people ain't supposed to be there? I'm confused.
I'm okay. Like I said, you see, I'm not arguing with you. Honestly, I'm not. But if you think about it from my perspective, one woman here, 4 people against me.
Yeah, and then that's just not even good, Even though the little police officer, he don't look like he too interested in what's going on, but still, that whole dynamic is just wrong.
All of these extra eyes and entertainment and all of these things.
That's why I say ideally it was supposed to be you and him.
Yes,
only,
yes.
Right. Mm-hmm. But right now, probably we'll stay down, and then probably in 10 minutes, maybe you can go in with him and the police, just for both of your safety. Right. Are we okay? Right. So we'll be waiting down.
No, I will do it now. We've already. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Okay, pay attention. Pay attention. Because this took me a minute to figure out what happened here. She is telling him, Inez is telling dude to move. Okay? Dude right here is the caretaker. Now remember, they gave her the paper already. They made her open it and read it and say, Thursday is the day we got to go to court, right? So tell me, why is this dude doing this? Hold on. Now pay attention.
Right. So we'll be waiting down.
No, I will do it now. We've already. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Listen.
So he says on Thursday, she's behind him. Seemed like he got her kind of cornered, And he's like, on Thursday, and she's like, excuse me. And he says, I am talking to you. Like, no, you're gonna pay attention to me. And this is what I'm telling you. This is what happens. You're gonna pay attention to me, because how dare you, single woman who doesn't even have a husband, think you're gonna come to my country and disrespect me in my country. Yeah.
On Thursday.
You see this? Can you excuse him?
Thursday.
Can you excuse him?
You come.
No, he's too aggressive.
You hear the guy tell him, come, and then he tells the guy, no, blah, blah, blah.
This is the problem we're having. He's too aggressive.
No,
he's way too aggressive. I already have the paper.
On Thursday, early in the morning, we have to see you over there.
I understand.
Right?
See, he still had to.
No, I need to tell her. I need to let her know.
Yeah, the dude said you said that. You see, that's what I'm saying. You see, the dude said you said that. So you didn't have to let her know. That was a whole power struggle right there. Whole thing right there. A whole power struggle. That's what I'm telling you. All right, so now, hold on. Let's go back to this. Yeah, that was a whole power struggle going on right there. He should have she had the paper. You didn't have to say nothing else. Let's just go. That was it. But nope, he had to assert his manliness. He had to let her know. I'm running this. I don't care who you think you are. But that's what I'm saying. But if she was in another country, nah, she wouldn't be having no problems. No, she was in a European country, she wouldn't be having no problems. I couldn't be with the younger man. African says, Black Lives Count says, no, no, thank you. When I was young, I did young things. Now I'm a woman. I know I need peace. And that doesn't come with me, and that's the sad thing. But you're right. Peace does not come with being young. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. It's too much drama. It's too much high profile drama. And who has that energy? And if you do have that energy, why would you want to spend it like that? Why? Why? All right. Let's see. Okay. ES does not promote anything, Josh says. I don't understand this hatred for her. She does not bother anyone. Just let her be. How does people, okay, see, I think you're getting a little bit too emotional. We're just stating our opinion, and we're entitled to feel like she does nothing for anyone over there but herself. And we're basing that on what we see her do on her videos. So why is that a problem for us to say that? If she doesn't want us to say anything about what she does in Ghana, then maybe she shouldn't make videos for people to comment. It's a whole comment section. Maybe she shouldn't do that. I don't think people know the purpose of YouTube. Right, wonderful says job. People are allowed to have opposing opinions. Yeah, that's what I don't understand, you people. Why you think people don't have opposing opinions and viewpoints? That's crazy. ES is gorgeous. I will date her if she was in the States. But we're not talking about ES's looks. See, it's so much more to our conversation than how someone looks. We're not even talking about looks. We're talking about something deeper than that. We're talking about character. Does your character dictate that you look out for other people in another country? Hold on, y'all. I gotta get the charger. I'm sorry, y'all. The computer was going to go dead. I need the charger. So we're not talking about looks, okay? We talk about we don't talk about the superficial on this channel. I'm sorry. We go a little bit deeper than that. Uh hey Kiki, I usually miss you, caught you today. Yeah, because I wanted to change the time so a little more people could watch. Uh hey, Miss Greek, how you doing? Maya says to be announced. What? TBH. ES seems to just mind. Okay. Well, she was minding her own business. She wouldn't be making videos. Welcome all. Yeah, if you meant minding your own business, you're not making no videos, okay? You minding your business. What's wrong with this show? Is not about ES. I like her and their content. Did I miss something? No, you didn't miss nothing. ES is a broken woman pretending to be well. Why ain't she helping Inez Finley? Exactly. Because if she was a healed woman, she would be helping. Okay. If she was all of that and had everything together, like she pretend, honey, she all on the Passport Travelers channel agreeing with her nonsense. But I ain't seen her not one time on Miss Inez channel giving her some kind of lead, giving her some kind of assistance, even giving her a word of encouragement. But she's on the other channel encouraging the clown show. She has lost the war when it comes to Ghana. She sure has. She came without pure intentions and got exposed. She surely did. And if you guys don't know that, y'all need to go back and look. Calm Down says, I'm going to wear her out every time her name is mentioned. What are you going to do about it? Exactly. And that's why can't people mention her name? Uh, see, Wonderful says it was a passing thought. We're not talking about her. Yeah, it was a passing thought. That's why I said you didn't miss nothing about her. It wasn't important. Why can't women hold their tongue in the US? Why should we? It's not that we can't. We don't want to. We don't have to. It's the difference. It's not that we can't hold our tongue. We don't have to. They have the white bottle to protect them. I don't know what the white bottle is. They have the white bottle. What is the white bottle, y'all, to protect them? In Africa, women have to be respectful or they will get smacked. Well, some of them will get smacked and some of them will just get left. So all of them won't get smacked. You probably get left, but you you may not get hit, but you probably will get left. Hey, Wonderful, is everybody behaving? African Americans held power in the country and formed Liberia and 150 years ago. Okay. Thank you. But that ain't what we talking about. Some of the men don't like assertive women unless they're wealthy and have powerful positions, and they still don't like them. They still can't stand them. They just tolerate them because they have money. Really, I don't know. I didn't know that you have put me on to a lot. I didn't know that. Thanks. Oh yeah, it's a lot out there. Cheryl Mills, the Black Ivy Group Ventura Capital is the most successful African American woman in Africa. Okay, she was an attorney in the Clintons. Can't wait to meet her. You should strive to be. Okay. We don't really care about that. We're talking about what impacts your repat journey. We're talking about these four people going to this woman's house. We're talking about being a single woman in West Africa and how that impacts you, how dangerous that is. And if you don't believe that's dangerous, go look through my channel and look at the videos that I've done about those 9 women. I believe it was 9 women who were unalived in West Africa. Go look. If you think I'm just talking, it's very dangerous to be a single woman in West Africa. Very. And don't think you can just go there and just marry somebody just like that. Because how do you know if you're marrying somebody who wants to marry you for you or wants to marry you for what they can get from you? Because remember, once they marry you and you pass away, everything becomes theirs. They get the automatic citizenship green card. It's automatic then. Whatever benefits you get, they get. Whatever survivor spouse income you were going to get, they're going to get because you were their spouse. You passed away. They get your money. It's just that simple. Your kids can't do nothing. Your sisters can't do nothing. Your mothers and brothers can't do nothing. Everything that they lived in and had in Africa becomes theirs overnight, instantly. The moment you fail to wake up, they own everything. So be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Don't believe me? Like I said, look through my channel. And it's not just in Gambia. Look and see what happened to Miss Danita in Nigeria when she married somebody she just met on the internet. Moved to Nigeria with him. 3 days later, she's unalived, and her family's fighting to get her twin sons back to the United States because this man has the kids there and is not giving the kids back. You know why? Because the kids have special needs and they get checks. So who do you think were getting those checks? After the mother, Miss Danita, passes away. Who do you think was getting that money? I'm telling y'all, the games the Africans play, you're not ready for. We're not ready for. So if you don't go over there and be with an African who love you and you know without a shadow of a doubt Did this man love you? And you can tell by the way he moved whether he loved you or not. You can tell. You can tell whether he wanted your money or whether he want you. And if you can't tell, say, Kiki, I can't tell. Tell me, and I'll tell you. But you got to be able to tell that straight up. Or you'll be single. You can choose to be single. And you see what's happening to Miss Inez because she chose to be single. She chose to be single. Now she had to be single. She could have got her one of them grandsons over there. She could have got one of them. She didn't want one of them. She even told us about the chief. It was an older man who liked her. She told us about that. But he felt all these people feel like because you're single that you free to mingle and I mean mingle because that's what they do. They don't respect you when you don't have some man. When you don't have a man covering you, they don't respect you. And not too many people are going to make them. Not too many people. And that's just the God honest truth. Places and spaces, nope, they're not behaving. They are in here hiding in the bushes and not hitting the like button and trying to save the bandit ES. I'm glad you're here for the engagement. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, places and spaces. Calm down, sis. But guess what? This live is about ES, and we won't make it about ES. We are interested in Miss Inez, how we can learn more about her story. Exactly. That's what we're going to tie it to. Only reason ES is relevant is because she could do something. Why isn't she doing something? Because the one thing I told y'all that I found is these sustainable relationships. There's no network. There's no network anywhere in any of these places. They may pretend like there is, like these places he named, but is that a network? Do they really help people? Or are they like the NAACP here? Like I said, when I've been trying to call and report these ladies passing away and in West Africa, and I can't even get anybody to answer the phone. You get laughed at because we're spectacles. She says you get laughed at because we're spectacles. We are blacks, but we can't understand the language. We could be saying all kinds of things, calling you white, almost. See, but jealousy is real. But that's what I'm saying. That's what happens when you go there and you moving this right there. What you just said tells me a person who's being made fun of, uh, being called insults, yeah, you not with the wrong people because there's no way you should be going through that. But like I said, you see, when I was with the single people, when I was with a group of ladies, you shouldn't move around in Africa like that with a group of ladies because they're going to assume that you're single because they're going to say if they had husbands, they wouldn't be out like that. But not thinking these are American ladies. They're probably out, having lunch together, doing something fun together. No, it couldn't be that. It had to be these were single American women out on the prowl. So let's treat them as such. They get no respect. The humble student says the whole feminist thing is only in the U.S. Around the world, women act very differently. Now that's not true. It's only in the U. Are you sure it's only in the U.S.? I think you need to go research that. Uh, Good night, wonderful. See you tomorrow. Okay. Talk to you later. Uh, I treated I got treated like a king in Africa. Was there for 3 years. Most Africans look at us as celebrities. So you got treated like a king for what? For what? Why were they treating you like a king? Because they thought you had money? Why were they treating you like a king? That's what I want to know. You should have said they were treating me like a king because of XYZ. Because they weren't treating you like a king because you were from America and they thought you were a king. No. They were treating you like that because they wanted something from you. The question is, were you wise enough to figure that out, what they wanted from you? I have no problem in Africa, and not everyone will like you. No, they won't. Yeah, she can sing. That's what I thought too. That's what I want to show y'all that. Lord, you can get a mechanic alone in the U.S. Why, Inez, would you do that in Africa, ma'am? You can't go. Exactly. Calm down. You're right. I didn't even think about that. Women get taken advantage of in the United States by mechanics. She's absolutely right. So just think how they're getting taken advantage of in Africa by the mechanic. And here you can sue him. She's trying to sue him, but things are expensive there. Legal fees are expensive. She's waiting to go to court. She says she's going to sue an African in Africa's in an African country. Good luck. Well, she sued. She's won some lawsuits there. And that's another thing we get tied up in is the lawsuits because, like, that's what we think. We're not going to fight you. We're not going to argue with you. We're just going to take you to court. We're just going to take you to court and we're going to get our money back. That's what we think. But that is not what other people do in other countries. In those countries, they want, most like in Africa, they kind of want you to talk it out, work it out, see if you can get the money back, let them make you payments. They want to do everything but go to court. They don't believe in lawsuit stuff. That's strictly a Western concept. So us over there suing people, that's another not thing that's so good because they just think, oh, they're just tying up the resources with all their frivolous lawsuits because they can't get along with anybody or they don't have enough money for this, they don't have enough money for that, things like that. Humble student, you are getting on my nerves suing everybody in Africa. Get a man to be with you and life will be easier. It will. It's much easier. Humble student, sure you're a king and you're getting all the assets of the land, but most of the love is because people need something. People are nice though. They do surprisingly things like tend to you. Yeah, they need stuff from you. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I had a wonderful time in Africa. Okay, I'm glad. Where did you go in Africa? What country did you go to? We have to know when to let things go. Now, speaking of that, we're going to move on. So that was the rent video. All right. That was when she was having problems with the rent people. Then there was another video that came I looked at because I wanted to find out more about her channel, what made her start her YouTube channel, and what she was genuinely about. But on this video, let's look at this one. Begins to tell us right on early the problems that she's having being a single woman in Africa. Okay. And again, these are problems in West Africa. I'm sorry.
Was talking to someone the other day, and they were like, well, why don't you do a video on your journey from the US to Ghana? And I tend to be really funny. If you notice, I don't post a ton of videos, especially putting my face all in the screen. I am incredibly adverse to that. Not because oh, that's a whole nother set. Almost went there. Anyway, I really feel like there needs to be a discussion for people who are wanting to move from places but have no um, idea what it's going to be like when they get there. For me, I've actually come back and forth to Ghana doing business and visiting friends and whatnot for the last 4+ years now. So it wasn't my first time coming to Ghana. I had been to Ghana several times before I actually made the move here. So my experience is different, but this is my first time living abroad. I've traveled to about 20 countries, which doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, honestly. Yeah. But what I'm trying to do is show that I have experience with traveling. And even with this experience with traveling, it's very different living somewhere versus actually just going to visit, because going to visit, everyone is going to make you feel at home. Like, for example, coming here to Ghana, everybody has this romanticized version in their head when they come here. Everything is, oh, welcome Akwaba, welcome home, da da da, whatever the verbiage is. The unfortunate part is once you get here to live here, it's a very different experience. And so that's the part that I want to speak on for people who may be taking or thinking about taking the leap, but who haven't made that decision. There are a lot of diasporans here in Ghana, living here in Ghana. And unfortunately, the majority of us have had similar experiences to being taken advantage of, taken for a ride, whatever words that you want to use, but essentially being swindled. And a lot of people don't want to share that information because society in general is very judgmental. And we will come up with these thoughts and be like, well, why didn't you do this? And why did you do that? And why didn't you do this? And why didn't you do that? And so there's a number of reasons why people don't share their story.
And that's exactly what we did. We'll sit up here and say, well, why didn't you do this? Or why didn't you do that? Why didn't you check on this? And why didn't you check on that? Because when I'm listening to her story, trust me, I had my little checklist. And I'm like, she's naming, well, I did this and I did that and I did. And I'm like, wait a minute. So this lady done everything except she's decided I'm going to go and be single. But I have a male friend that I've known for 30 years who's going to be my covering. He's going to be my protection. He's my friend. He got my back. We both from Oakland. I know his whole family. He got my back. I don't need a man. If I meet somebody, fine. But no, I'm not going to there. My intention is about me in Africa, me in Ghana, me in making my business work, me and making things work for me. But I got a male friend, not a boy. I don't know if it was a boyfriend. She's gonna come next week, and we can asked about that. But I don't know if it was a boyfriend. I don't think it was a boyfriend because he had a girlfriend. So it sounded like it was a friend, like a dude you just be cool with, and this dude moved to Ghana, and you stay cool with him, and you like, Dad, you really still in Ghana? All right, I'm gonna start checking it out, come and visit you, coming back and forth, but we're cool. And all the time, this person is encouraging her to relocate, to repatriate. I got your back. We fam. You know how it's gonna be. You ain't got to worry about nothing.
Um, the most recent situation that we've dealt with, if you're not familiar, in the Cape Coast region, I would probably say beloved. I don't know if I would. I think beloved is a more an accurate way of describing. Asase Pa is or was a beloved location for a number of people and for a number of reasons. But it helped connect the diasporan community with one another because many of the diasporans shop there. And sometimes if we didn't get a chance to run into one another in other places, that was potentially a meetup spot to run into or to see people that you wanted to see, so to speak. That location was literally demolished. And I do mean demolished last.
Okay, now y'all remember it was like a nutritional place, a restaurant, and it was owned by some Black Americans, and it was in Ghana, and they demolished it. Y'all remember that story I talked about, and how they didn't tell they didn't tell us that they owed these people, the Ghanaian government, this money. Okay, and it wasn't a large amount of money, but they said back then it might have been, but today I think it was like 5,000 dalasi, and they were supposed to pay a certain amount every month, and then they were supposed to develop the land in a certain way, and they didn't do it. Remember, I talked about the government will check, and they will come back and they will do an eminent domain on you, and they will take that land from you. Yes. And that's exactly what it was. It came out that that's exactly what it was. They didn't pay the money that they owed the government. They didn't pay something else. I guess it sounded like a land tax they got to pay for them. And they didn't do what they said they were going to do with the land, just like Black Acres. So that's what she's talking about. And then this is another thing that confused me. So this person encouraged her to start a YouTube channel, but they encouraged her to start a YouTube channel talking about her experiences that are not so good. Okay, that when you're living in Africa is not a really good idea, because to me that makes you a target. Because one thing Africans do not like, and that is for you to talk about their country. Okay, and especially you're sitting in their country talking about their country. They don't like that. So to me, that also makes you a target. So I don't know why this is part of the setup thing to me. Why would you encourage Inez to make a YouTube channel about complaints about Ghana when you know she's having a rough time there, and you want her to express all that so we can see all that on YouTube? I don't get that. So people can judge her harshly, so she can bring unnecessary heat on herself. When you having issues like this, the best thing for you to do is lay low, especially when you don't have no reinforcements. Especially when you don't have any reinforcements. But They brought it to, they encouraged her to, like this story. This was a big story there. Why would you encourage her to make a YouTube channel like they were doing Veronica when she was in Gambia, encouraging her to complain publicly and make videos about the food issue in Gambia? Why would you do that? That is not safe for you to do, people. We have to remember we are guests in these people's country. We are guests in their house. If we don't like how they clean out their refrigerator, we need to just leave and don't eat anything else that come out that refrigerator.
Thursday. Now, there's a bunch of talk about why that happened. I don't know, to be honest. However, part of the problem is here when we get here, we get these 50-year leases. We don't get to own stuff outright in general. Now, it doesn't mean all the time, but in general, when we get leases or things, it's usually for a short period of time. So the issues surrounding that are plenty. What is known is that they demolished the location. There was kitchen. They were, I wouldn't call them summer huts, but for lack of explanation right now in my head, summer huts. So if you wanted to rent a chalet, that's probably the word that I would look for, is like a chalet on the water. This location was prime location. And so when you look at what has happened in these last 4 days, 5 days, the injustices that diasporans are experiencing here is great. And the problem is, one, the legal system is a joke. It really is a joke. And it takes incredibly long to go very, very short distances. And so, unfortunately, this process, in the end, maybe the brother will come out a winner, quote unquote, in the end. But the cost of his whole project, everything, will that be honored? And then
no, it's not. And so that's what I wanted to show y'all about that. This was just an introduction to her channel. Okay, did she talk about let me see if she talked about being single.
To you, and you go into the business agreement or whatever, trusting them, only later to find out that you've been swindled out of a ton of money.
Yeah.
And then everyone here will tell you, oh, just let it go. Just let it go. As if that means nothing to you. Because in their mind, they call us Obruni all the time, which is similar to Swahili when you call someone Wazungu, Mzungu. Mzungu can be also, it can be a white person, can also be a stranger.
And this is another way I knew this lady was different. This lady knows Swahili. You see how she can interpret the words and how she can say the words, okay? This lady knows Swahili. So I'm like, no, wait a minute. She been going to this place, Ghana, to visit a friend. She knows Swahili. She's interacting with these people because she knows the Twi or whatever language this is that they're using. She knows their language also. So it's not like this lady is not embracing the African culture like most of us do when we go there. They'll embrace the African man, but they won't embrace the African culture. No, this lady is embracing the African culture with intentions of making this my home, of making this my place, of improving myself, of improving everything around me. But again, the mistake was what? How dare you come here and think you're going to be single and break our cultural norm? That is a huge, but y'all got to understand, that is a huge cultural norm. That is a huge one for you to just disregard. A huge one. That is like one I wouldn't disregard. I would rather not live there and not visit there than go there and be treated like how they treat single women. No.
So they double the word Obruni. It means can mean a stranger or typically a white person. I don't like being called a white person. And no matter how much I've tried to explain that to the local people here, they literally laugh when you mention it to them. And I'm like, if you don't want to be called Kwasia, which they hate Kwasia, like their face will straighten when you say Kwasia to them. But if you call me Obruni, I'm supposed to laugh? No. But it's the amount of effery, if you get what I'm saying, the amount of effery that is happening here with all of the diasporans, whether their money is being stolen out of their bags from people, and everybody knows. See, this is the part that's really starting to like get underneath my skin, and why I felt like I really needed to do a video, because there are so many people coming here buying land, only to find out later that land was never really theirs, because the people who sold it 3, 4, 5, 10 times. I even heard one that had a case where it was sold 16 times over. And so you have all of these different scams going on. The people know about it and nobody says nothing. So imagine you're walking around, driving around, doing whatever with these people, and everybody knows your gully and nobody says nothing. And everybody's just smiling at you and saying Akwaba and calling you sister and welcome home.
So when she told me that, no, I'm sorry, when I heard that, I said, somebody she's around is in on this. Because why is this 30-year person allowing her to be treated like this? Why is this person not stopping this nonsense? So I'm sitting here thinking, why is this lady should not be having this experience. She's not alone over there. She's not just like these other people who got stimulus money and decided, I got my stimulus money, I'm gonna sell everything in my house and I'm going to Africa. No, it wasn't like that. It was not like that. So if this type of person can't make it over there, how can we make it over there? Who can make it over there? Only the married people? Only the married women? So if you're not married, you just don't even need to go? Is that what the message is? Don't come, don't visit. Is that what the message is? Because this is the same story in Gambia. And the people who watch the show, y'all know, this is the same. We done heard this story before. We done heard this story before. This court stuff, constantly going to court. Cars being messed up. On purpose. How many times did Black Acres of the Gambia have to get their truck fixed? 3 times. 3 engines. Was it 3 engines they had to put in their car? And it's still, I think it's working now for a little bit. But they're married. And they're still going through the same thing. So what's the safeguard? What's the safety net? Let's see if we can figure this out. Let's go.
It's a setup. It's an MFing setup is what it is. And you got all of these different actors and celebrities have come here, traced their lineage here. That is awesome. I'm not downplaying that at all. That is literal, to me, that is awesome. What is not awesome is that you have war-torn people coming from battle zones in the U.S. who literally have been to war. People who are tired and want to come and live out whatever peaceful existence that they feel is a part of their new lives. And here they come to war, and every day they're being faced with someone stealing from them, having stole from them, trying to get their money back. This whole process of lying and cheating and thievery is daily basis. This is not like, oh, once every 3 months or even once a week maybe. This is literally every day that you have to deal with these issues. Yep. And no one, I mean, you got a lot of part of the issue. Let me finish this. I'll finish this and I'll upload it and we can talk some more about it. One big issue that is happening for diasporans that are under the retirement age of typically 60, 65. We are coming here trying to build. Our experiences are different from those who are of retirement age because they have pensions, they have retirement pensions, excuse me, on my brain.
See, we talked about that the retirement people, they have an income. That income is, then they know what that income is going to be, but that's if they didn't cash out their pensions. See, y'all got to remember, some of them cashed it out. Some of them took the cash value of it to move to Africa with it. So some of them don't even get monthly checks anymore. Yeah, some of them don't do that. They bought into this dream so much, they sold everything, cashed out retirement pensions, everything. So it just depends on who this retired person is. But if the retired person is getting this monthly income every month, yes, they're I'm not going to say it's easier for them, but they know they have this money coming in. But the thing is, it's the same amount of money that's going to come in every month. And if you get swindled out of all of it in 1 month, what are you going to do for that month?
In part, in Social Security. So the difference with them is that even if they spent every dime, if they got swindled out of every dime they had this month, it'll reappear like magic at the beginning of the month. So many of them, their disposition is going to be very different from someone who is like me, who's been an entrepreneur, who's had to work really, really hard for her money, only to come here and get swindled every chance they get to have access to me. And so the way we're moving, the way we're bringing people, we're fattening people up and bringing them here and not having any resources when you touch ground. There's no help for you finding a place to live, no help finding a car. And you best believe that whenever you get access to anything, that price is going to be, I call it Obruni price. What they call it here is Obruni price. They're going to overcharge you. And everybody, like I said, you know, if you've traveled enough, you know you're going to be overcharged a little bit. But I will have been here for almost 2 years. And it's the same
taka taka. It's the same crap every single time. And I have to remind people, I'm like, you do realize I live here, right? You know what I'm saying? It's bull crap. Literally, I'm telling you, protect yourselves. Come here for a visit. I believe any time to travel, especially internationally, is great. But what we are experiencing on the ground, as far as lying, cheating, manipulation, thievery, land grabs, land steal, all these fake deals, protect yourself.
You got to remember, this lady had somebody on the ground. Remember, she had somebody. She thought she had somebody who was going to look out for her. But when she got there, everything changed. Kimberly Tate says, "What are you talking about? Dark black African? What? What are you talking about? Dark black African Americans? African American women. The mother continent belongs to them as well. They are not a visitor or a guest." Okay. I'm going bottom up, y'all, because I'm behind. Where did you hear or read that? Okay, you're talking to, okay, let me read this from. Rumor has it more Black Americans, particularly Black American women, are moving to Mexico. Yeah, I did see something like that, that they're going to Mexico. But, honey, I don't know why they think Mexico is going to be different than West Africa. I don't know how that could possibly be different. I don't know how that could possibly be different, but they're running into problems over there also. It starts off they want to make it seem one way, but these issues are issues that you're gonna that you're gonna have. You're going to, if you try to buy land in Mexico, I'm sure they're not over there doing that. But if you try to do that, you're gonna run into the same problem if you even get to buy land in Mexico. Rental property, I'm sure they're having rental property problems over there. The housing may be closer to our standard, because it's Mexico. It's in the same hemisphere. So, yeah, it's probably the same. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that because I watched some of them. So it's not any better. Yeah, so it's on YouTube. Just go look it up. Ghana is a peaceful place. You just have to respect the people, have enough money to sustain yourself, and yes, just be quiet. Yeah. That's why I don't know why somebody would tell Inez to make this YouTube channel where she telling the truth about what's going on in Ghana while she's sitting in Ghana, having situation after situation after situation. Because how does she know somebody didn't go show her landlord, the man who owned the house? How does she know they didn't go show him the video? How does she know that? She doesn't. Gluttons for punishment is correct. Black Americans must move with discriminate and wisdom. Yes, you have to. You are moving to a war-torn country. Did you think you'd be, what else? Calm down. Yeah, you got to think about all of that. I agree. But okay, y'all, remember, this lady had a friend there who's telling her he's living there. This friend, she's known this person for 30 years. This person is saying, come to Africa. I got your back. She believed him. She believed him. She believed the friend. Heavy Pedal Time says, you are correct about the women making disparaging comments on public platforms about the various African countries they reside in or visited. Yeah, I would not be doing that. I am glad I chose not to know the repats in the Gambia. Yeah, because telling your truth is one thing, but you don't have to destroy the country in the process. And then take no accountability for what you did to make all this happen. Because when it comes down to it, ultimately it's you. You're the person. You're the common denominator in every situation. So you're absolutely right. You can't do that. You cannot do that. Is she? Yes, she's still there. Forget the lawsuit. Forget her pride. Forget making videos, complaining. Get out of there. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. But she's gonna come next week and tell y'all all about that. Okay. I'm gonna let her tell y'all about how she feel about that. Yeah. Uh Bruni Akata. Okay, so there's names. Those are just names that they call us. All right. Gambians are amused by some of us who think they bought land and what will happen to them later. Yes, because it's amusing for you to think that that they're going to sell you all the land and their people are not going to have any land. That's just crazy to think that. That's why all those people rushing to Gambia, but nobody told them, oh, the longest you'll live on that land or live in that house is 21 to 31 years. Yeah, they knew that. They just didn't tell us that. Or maybe they didn't know. Maybe they just found out too. Because, like she said, it's a setup. She feels like not that she was set up by the Ghanaian people, but she was set up by her American friends, people. Because remember, these were the people who were supposed to protect her and make sure she did not get in this situation. Was the American friends. But somehow it didn't work out that way. The American friend was never around to protect her. The American friend never said anything when anything happened. The American friend just kept quiet because maybe the American friend knows how it goes when you speak up. But he's a man. And I believe she said he has a title there. So he should have, if he has a man and he has some type of title there, he has some type of pool there. Why isn't he using his pool to help his friend who's from where he's from? That's what I don't understand. Learning about those women made me think about things I had not thought about when visiting. Yeah, me too, a lot. Hey, heavy pedal time. Yeah, learning about those women just made me think about a lot of things. Places and Spaces says, no, we are speaking of the videos about the unallowed. Okay, you telling somebody something. I owned a popping lounge restaurant out there. I bought I brought excitement to a small town. That's why they treated me like a king. Best time of my life. Yeah, they thought you had money. Like I said, they thought you had money. You owned something out there, business owner. They thought you had money. That's what it was. But if you didn't have no money, let's see how they'll treat you then. Okay, go with no money. Let's see how they're gonna treat you. Once we realize we aren't the same as continental Africans and we're seen as foreigners, we will have a better time in whole. But why would you think you're a continental Africa when you were born on the continent of North America? That makes absolutely no sense. And Africans don't call themselves continental Africans. They don't even call them. They will tell you their ethnic group. They're not going to even, they only tell us I'm Gambian because, it's the situation. But when they're talking to each other, you think they say that? They say I'm Wolof. They say I'm Ashanti. I'm Fula. I'm Fulani. I'm Hausa. You know, I'm Yoruba. Yoruban. So tell me, how did that doesn't even sound right there? How can you look at yourself as a continental Africa when Africans who born on the continent of Africa don't even identify themselves as that? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. Most of us go to Africa for peace. Yeah. And normalcy. Yeah. Why would you spend your time in court like that? Like that imbecile, irrelevant times two. Forever in court. Forever in court. Passport sisters didn't get enough credit. All the shine is going to the passport bros. But I don't think this lady is this. That wouldn't apply to her. That the passport sisters are like the grannies, honey. We gonna get to the grannies, okay? But I wouldn't say that Miss Inez is a passport sister. I wouldn't say Miss Inez is a grifter. I would say that Miss Inez was somebody who, like she said, I think she got taken advantage of by her friends. Because I told you, when you go to Africa and you're with Black Americans, if you're not with the right ones, they will take advantage of you. They will. Because I told you, when I was there, the only time I noticed that I spent money, that I had to spend money, and that I would run low on money is when I was with my Black American friends. But when I was with my Gambian people, I didn't even spend money. You see what I mean? I didn't even spend any money. And they didn't point that out to me. I pointed that out to myself. Because one night I came home and I was like, Dad, I still got a purse full of money. But then I noticed when I would go with the Americans, I would come back with nothing. Nothing. A crumb, nothing. It all was spent up. And then when I start asking about the prices, I noticed I was paying more for things. They weren't looking out for me, making sure I got a good price, making sure I got a fair price. I started to think that they were getting, like if I paid a higher price, that they got some of the money that I paid, that they got some of it. It was a cut for them. That's what it was like to me. Because there was no way. I paid 1,500 Dalasi to go from Senegambia to Banjul. Okay, to go back from Senegambia to Banjul. 1,500 Dalasi, because I was with my American friends. Okay, and I had to pay the whole thing because I was the one who wanted to go to the market in Banjul. And guess what? That was 3 times. I paid 3 times what I should have paid. Yes. But that's what the Americans will do to you. That's why she's saying it's a setup. Because it is. It's a setup. When I was with the Americans, when I started converting the prices, I was paying what I would pay for things in the United States. So my family members in Gambia were telling me, this is how you know that you're being overcharged. If you're going to buy something and you say, this is what I pay for, this is what I pay for these shoes in the United States, that means you're paying too much. There's no way you should pay the same amount or more for shoes in Gambia than you do in the United States. And that's when I realized I was being, and I would ask them, is this a good price? You know, my Black American friends, before I would spend them, before I would agree to it, was this a good price? And they'll have the locals working with them. They'll have the locals working with them, because it was a Gambian lady who was with me. Okay, she was with me. That was supposed to be a friend of my Black American friend. Well, it was his wife, actually. And they'll be working with them. So I started thinking maybe she was getting a cut, because I was paying more than what I should have paid. So I'm like, okay, so the dude who's selling me the stuff is getting a cut, and she getting a cut. So everybody getting money off of me. Yeah, and I figured that out finally. But that's what the setup is. That's what she's talking about, is the setup. That's what she realized the setup was in Ghana. That the friend asked her to come there, pretend like everything was cool, pretend like everything was wonderful. When she was a visitor, everything was wonderful, because you're visiting. And remember, you got visitor money. You got vacation money. So, you know, when we on vacation, we ain't paying attention to prices. You know, you buying this, you buying that, you ain't caring, but they're paying attention. So they're like, oh, you got vacation money? Oh, well, let me spend that. Let me show you a real good time. So you still not knowing. You not knowing what it's really like to be there until you really get there. Hello, Mr. Jones. Greeting. Treated like a king is a phrase used too loosely. Way too loosely. You should go back and watch the series Kiki did on the Alive Women in Africa. It's very, because you can't move like that, and you see nobody's gonna have your, even with Anja, nobody had that woman's back. That woman was over there making all kind of videos talking about, you don't dare talk about the traditional doctors in Africa. You don't dare talk about them. If you don't agree with what they do, then you keep your mouth shut. Wait till you get home. Then decide you're going to make a video, but I sure wouldn't make a series of videos talking about them. I might make one video telling my experience, and that is it. That is it. And then I'm going to justify why I even made the video. But I'm not doing all that. You can't be doing all that because you don't know who these people worship. You don't know what gods these people serve. You don't know what these people do behind closed doors. You don't know any of that. They could put spells on you to make you give them their money, to give them your money. So every time you see them, you want to give them your money. Come on, y'all. Just don't go there. What are you, glutton for punishments? Come on and read the African room. Jeez. Bossa Nova, I think you should go if you want to go. You just got to be careful. That's the whole thing of our show, is to bring awareness. It's not to say don't go, because like this is not stopping me from going, and I'm not going to tell people don't go. But if you're going by yourself, I'm going to suggest that you go with Dinah Samir Tours. I'm going to suggest that. I don't suggest that you go by yourself. I don't suggest that you meet people online. I don't suggest any of that. You sort of sending chills down my spine, but I believe you, honey. It's the truth. I wish I was lying. Maybe you should write a book on the telltale signs of how to navigate Africa, because lots of Western women don't know and are gullible. Yes, and Africans ain't playing. Yeah, they not playing. They playing to win. And if that means taking your LIFE to win, then so be it. So be it. But all of them ain't like that. The question is, how do you know who's for real and who's fake? When I was little, they had this little tape thing called Memorex. And Memorex was so real, the recording was so real, you couldn't tell uh, whether it was real or whether it was Memorex. And that's what they would always say. Is it Memorex? That's what I remember. And that's what I'm like. You don't know which one is real and which one is Memorex. You don't know which one is fake. That's why you got to understand the culture. That's why you got to learn the culture. That's why you got to move inside the culture. Women with money have to be like the mob bosses. This person is right. Because you can't for one, you don't let people know you got money like that. And see, when you move around trying to be the mob boss, that's when they know you got money. When you're buying this, you buying land. And see, that's what made the lady Audrey, the other lady who was unalived in the Gambia mysteriously and unexpectedly, whose family said she was 100% healthy, and then all of a sudden she just didn't wake up. Her husband said he went to the restroom, and when he came back, she was just unalived, and he don't know what happened to her. But I do know that his wife, his first wife, and the mom and everybody is now living in Audrey's house. Whether or not he got his papers to come to the United States, I don't know, because he needs the money to file for those papers. But soon he will get her retirement and he'll have the money. And I don't even think they need money to file. Actually, I think if your wife passes away, they probably just do that for you for free. I'm going to have to check into that to find out. Yeah. She went there moving like that. Beverly went there moving like that. Got taken advantage of, scammed right away out of $3,000. Both of them right away. But that still wasn't enough. They were still listening to them women over there, those single busybody women over there who don't know nothing. They still listening to these women. Still listening to these women. And now look how they wound up. Look how all of them wound up unalive. Everybody else that moved on with their life like it didn't even happen. Like it didn't even happen. You pay people to do your bidding. Use the area boys to carry your weight. That's what they do in Lagos. Like Mama Queen Sinclair of Harlem. Better move like Queen B. Yeah, but that makes you a target too. Okay. So it's more just to move humbly. And if you know you trying to spend the rest of your life single, then just don't make West Africa your home. Don't do that. Why not just change your attitude and hold your tongue? Because you know what? It's not that simple. People don't just change their character. And why would they want to do that? Somebody has to want to do that. Most women don't want to do that. They want to be who they are. Cheryl Mills and her husband were okay. We read that. Did I get out of No, I don't think I did because I saw some more up here. Yes, some are so dark I skip over them. I'm amazed that I am okay. Let me see. I'm trying to make sure I got all these comments. YouTube programs about true crime in Africa, mostly Kenya, and okay, y'all talking about that. ES is a witch and practice witchcraft. That's why I quit watching her. Yeah, she said she was. She is. So how do you just quit practicing witchcraft? Y'all think the devil just let you go like that? You think y'all do you honestly think you can just stop practicing witchcraft? You think so? You think you can do all that witchcraft and then wake up and say, "Oh, I ain't doing witchcraft no more." You think that? Okay. I'm so happy Chief didn't marry that one. He has a nice American wife already that doesn't exchange coochie for construction. London lady Edra, what's silent shadows and true crime? True crime Daniel. He talks about crimes in Africa. I don't know the other one. I'm lost. Why are we okay? So we did that one. Yes, she's a witch. That's why I quit watching her. Yeah, y'all didn't know that. You got to go back to OES. Paid her Airbnb on extra days so that we left that night before the morning kicked out time. That's by the time they noticed we had what? We knew. Oh, this must be something else y'all talking about. Oh, thanks for the super tracks. Oh, look at this one, y'all. Thank you. Thank you so much, Cayenne Works. Looking forward to your stellar storytelling, Kiki. Oh, thank you. That was so kind of you. If you don't speak Twi, you are less than. You better have people with you. Yes, a man. Thank you. A man that's ready to fight. Yes, and get his backup. You don't have to have backup money. Oh, oh, Masai shift now. Okay, I don't know what that meant, but that person's right with that. Yes, you have to have somebody ready to speak up for you, ready to defend you, ready to let you know you're not going to take advantage of her. And like I said, even when I went to Cameroon, I was single in Cameroon. Every time I left that house, and it used to really get on my nerves because I used to just want to go and hang out, but I could not. The family I lived with there would not let me go anywhere by myself. I always had to go chaperone with one of the houseboys or with someone from work. Remember, I told you I worked at the council. So one of my council friends would either walk me there or drive me there, or one of the houseboys would walk me there or drive me there. It just depends on how far it was. But you couldn't do it. You don't move around. A single woman does not move around alone in Africa. And I couldn't. When you do go out, you have to be in at a decent hour. I had to be in the house by 10 o'clock. And I think I told y'all that before because you couldn't go out. They said I could not go out later than 10 o'clock because bad things will happen to you when you're out past 10 o'clock. So I was a grown woman and had to be in the house by 10 o'clock every night. Yes, kid you not. Hey, Nakmeezy, how you doing? I've been telling people that Ghana ain't the move. Mm-mm. We Black Americans don't even come from there. Yeah, it just seems like it's a lot of. It seems like there's a lot of shystiness going on in Gambia in Ghana, and it's just like what happened in Gambia. These bad, terrible repats went over there and just messed it up. Well, I don't know about Ghana because I'm just now finding out about them. Personally, TNK, personally, I would make my plans in silence, not tell anyone my next move. Calm Down says, if Miss Inez had herself a man, he wouldn't have let him. No, he wouldn't have done that. If she had a man, he wouldn't have never. They would have never done that. They would have for one, she wouldn't have come to the door unless he was not home. He would have got the door. That's the first thing. Okay. He would have, or either the houseboy would have got the door, but she wouldn't have been to the door because she was not even dressed. Remember? She was in a room or she was not dressed. Then, even if she would have went to the door, say she was outside on the porch, they would have asked for the husband. They would have said, ma'am, we need to speak to your husband. Ma'am, we need to speak to your brother. Ma'am, we need to speak to your father. Because they don't talk to women. They don't do business with women. That's why you can't, that's what I'm telling you, you can't do that. Okay, so let's go. I think we got all those. Let's look at this one. Okay. Police officer is there to make sure everything is okay. Okay. Oh, hey, Nakmeezy, thank you so much. That was nice. Thank you for the what do y'all call them? Them super chats. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. Uh my heart was pounding watching this. Yes, recording too. I noticed the police officer and young woman resemble each other. He looked so young. The police officer looked like he really wasn't into it. He looked like he was just there because they told him to come. And the lady don't like her. The lady don't like her. That's another reason she need to just get out of there. But like you see, she like I was reading in the comments, and like I figured for myself, and like she's gonna come and tell y'all why she's still there. You know, how did she get all that stuff she packed up in the container? Because remember, she moved there. She moved there. She took everything from here. And I think Miss Inez says she's 45 now. So she took everything she had to Gambia. Gambia. Oh my God. To Ghana. Now, if she comes back, how does she get her things back? How does she get her things back? And like I'm telling y'all, I think that's part of the scam too. Because do you know how many Gambian repats had to leave and leave their things in the Gambia? Who y'all think get them? Those so-called fake repat friends. Oh, you can have my furniture. I'm leaving, or just make me payments and pay me when you can. And they never pay you. I think that's part of the setup too, to get you to bring everything because they know once you leave, you're not going to be able to take it back. And who's going to inherit it? They will. They will. Yep, she's looking for a new place. Uh, Racing American. Yeah, she's looking for. Okay, so let's go. Let me go back to my notes. Yeah, she says she's not going to argue. Edra says she's not going to argue with anyone. I'm not either because that gets dangerous. Okay, so this is the video I showed you guys where we were talking about the nightlife, where she said she's not. She went to a karaoke bar and like what she was doing because she likes to sing, and the guy was trying to talk to her and he asked her how much, like how much was her price, and she was super duper offended. But the thing is, like I'm telling you, women don't go out there. And especially after a certain time. And they certainly not going to go out by themselves. They're not going to do that. So now, after this next video I want to show you, after watching this video, I began to look more and more And I ran across these videos I told y'all with themes. I noticed Miss Inez was getting more and more stressed out. Now, in this video was crazy, but I want you to see how this exchange between me, Miss Inez, and this taxi cab driver. This was crazy to me. But this is another example of how they will treat you if no one is with you. Now, I had a chance to talk to Miss Inez to find out what exactly happened, what was happening in this video. And what she was telling me was that there was another man. Now, listen to this, y'all. There was another man that was in the taxi cab with them. Okay. Her and the other man, they were talking. You know how you talk to people. If you've been in a taxi cab in Africa, you close together. People talk, people greet each other, so on and so forth. So the man gets out of the taxi before Miss Inez gets out. This dude don't say nothing to the man about the fare. This dude don't mention the fare. The dude says nothing, right? So Miss Inez, after she gets ready to get out the car, that's when the dude charges her not only for her fare, but the man's fare also. And I said, but why would he charge you for the man's fare? She said, I don't know. I said, did you two come together? She said, no, she didn't even know the man. But I guess he assumed because they were talking to each other that they knew each other and that she was paying for his fare. But do you think that man would do that to a married lady? No. No, he would not. If she was with a man, do you think that would have happened like that? No, that would not. No, that would not. So I want you to see this exchange. Wow. He didn't even care. I don't even know how he got to her owing him the money. That I can't even understand his rationale. He said they were walking together. But how come you don't ask the man for the money when the man gets ready to get out the car? Why did you let the man get out the car without the money? And then you assume she's paying for it. But why would he do that? And the way the exchange went back and forth over such small amount, that let me know that man really had no respect for her whatsoever. Whatsoever. And maybe he thought she was a lady of the evening too. Maybe he thought so. Because I can't understand how he figured she should pay for this random man's fare. Places and Spaces says, I've been going to the continent more than that, 30 years, never went to court or to the police. Maybe I'm just, no, I've never been either. I don't want to go near them. Mm-mm. Them places scare me, and I used to work for the government there because I just know how it goes. I had an inside look of how it goes, and I don't want to be intermingled with them systems. I don't want those judges to know who I am. I don't want the police to know who I am. I just want to go there and lay low. But we think as Americans that that's what we should do. We should sue. How are we going to get our money back? How are we going to get back what we lost? How are we going to right the wrong that we feel? Take them to court. But in Africa, it's not always a good thing. It just sometimes in Africa, taking them to court makes it worse. Black women are slaughtered every day trying to make a point. It's not worth your life. And that's the whole thing. That is the whole thing. I remember my grandma used to always tell me, you have to learn when to run and when to stand. That's what she said. You got to know the difference between a bad run and a good stand and a bad run. No, a good run and a bad stand. So a good run is when it's time to just walk away. Because if I stand, I'm not going to win and it's going to get bad. It's going to get bad. And if I win, it's going to get bad. So do I want all these casualties or do I just want to run and just chalk this one up as a loss? Or do I want to make a bad stand? And a bad stand is when you fight for something you could have just let go. And that's what I'm seeing in a lot of the women also. That they're fighting, just like Veronica. She was fighting. She was fighting for these rights in Africa. Just like Anja, she was fighting for these rights in Africa. But you can't fight. That's not your fight. That's not our fight. And the smart thing, at some point, you have to learn how to fight without fighting. That's the thing. I think she reported the taxi driver to the police about less than 10 CDs, but into the heat. Yes, that's what it was. That's what I think it was. Because it was like the whole thing was like threatening. And then how he just stole it. How he just charged her for something that, why would you just charge her? That didn't even make sense to me. In America, you just another Negro, but in Africa, people know you got it, so they talk to you nice. Okay. We know you know. Okay, so I'm gonna go to this next video. Let me see where we are. So now, this brings me to what I was seeing. That for some reason, people are seeing Miss Inez as a money grab. Like from the time she got there, people were seeing her as a money grab. And I'm like, why would people see you as a money grab? Unless these people that you're with are allowing this picture to be painted of you as a money grab. Because see, when people should know that much about you. Africans don't talk much about their love, especially the women they love. Are now this dude, he wasn't an African, he was an African American. So we gotta scratch him out. But still, he's an American dude, Black American dude. His friend is coming there. Why would he even want his friend to be portrayed as somebody who had money to be treated as a money grab? That's another thing I didn't understand. Because remember, she was going to be with her friend. All of this whole argument with the taxi driver, that was her friend was there. Why didn't the dude, the 30-year friend with the title, why didn't he contact the taxi drive people or the police people and say, you need to go talk to this dude about what he's done to my sister? He's stealing money from her. And if he's doing this to her, how many other ladies is he doing this to? This is how they're supposed to protect you. And then people in society will know we can't mess with this lady. we have to leave her alone. So this is the video I wanted you guys to see. In this video, she gonna tell us that she loaned. When she came there, they come with money, right? You come with money. So she's gonna name all the people she loaned money to and all the times that she got scammed out of money. And remember, the whole time, who was supposed to be protecting her was her friend, was the dude, remember? Hold on, let me get the right video up here. Was the dude. That's who was supposed to be protecting her. Hold on, let me put it up here. That's the one who's supposed to be protecting her. Because see, everybody know when you come, you're coming with money, right? You're coming with money. But why is this friend letting her being taken advantage of? That's what, let me make sure this is the right one. That's what I don't want to ask. I mean, that's what I can't get with. Why isn't the friend saying anything? Because all the people who are borrowing the money from her, all the people who are around her are people that he knows. He knows these people. She's not just meeting these people. She's being introduced to these people from the 30-year-old friend. Oh, hold on, y'all. I didn't share it. Hold on. Let me show y'all this one. Did I share it? No. Okay, let's go. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I just stopped sharing. Okay, hold on. That's what I couldn't believe. I had to write it down, all the people who had gotten money from her. And I was like, what?
And talk about how certain things are cultural norms, things that we don't really look at when we're traveling to traveling to places. And let's have a dialogue. Like I said, I'm always respectable. So if you're looking for a riffraff, you can be told to go somewhere else right now, and that will be good for everyone. So this is important because when we get to Ghana, when we get to other countries, like if you've ever traveled or lived with, sorry about the wobbly, I'm not good at this, so you just have to accept that. When you start to travel, it's one thing to travel somewhere and it's one thing to live somewhere. So me going to yard or me going somewhere else is very different from me going and actually living there. And so one of the issues that I've been talking to people about, especially those who want to come and live in Ghana and that are not, or even just not just living in Ghana, live abroad, but are not of the retirement age. This is a message to you, for you, because one of the things you have to look at is past behaviors of the expats that are living in the area. Excuse me, in the area that you are living in or want to live in.
That is very true. Like these grannies, these passport grannies, I told you that behavior impacts me when I go to the Gambia. And I don't like that. I don't like 20-year-olds looking at me thinking that I'm interested in them or that we have something in common. A 20-year-old should never give a grown woman eye contact. Never. Whenever he's talking to you, he should lower his gaze. He should be looking at the ground when he's talking to you. Why would he be looking you in the eye? Why would he be making eye contact with you? Why? He doesn't need to. But see, these passport grannies, they done gave these little grandsons a whole brand new attitude. So they thinking we all like that. And like she's saying, it's true. These people have gone before us, has made a mess. Especially in Ghana. They done tore poor Ghana up with their bad behavior.
And that will weigh heavily upon how you are treated. Perfect example. Where I am at, I currently live in Cape Coast, which is in the central region, but I've been all over Ghana, like not all over Ghana, let me fix that retraction. Cape Coast, Elmina through Accra area. So from Accra
to Cape Coast, I've stomped. Haven't gone up to Kumasi, haven't gone over to, and I've been over to Toddy too, but farther north, I haven't flexed them. I haven't made it there yet. But my point I'm making is that there are a lot of diasporans that are here, but the majority of the diasporans that are here are all over the 65, their retirement age. So the way they move is going to be different from the way you move. And so, unfortunately, there's so much swindling going on in Ghana, in Africa especially, but it's in Ghana, it's ridiculous. And so I crack the jokes about being from Oakland. And I tell people all the time, like, there's a certain culture, there's a certain can't talk today. There's a certain things that are considered normal to us that we wouldn't bat an eye at, and other people would be appalled and be like, that's absurd. It's the same thing here. So when people are lying and cheating and stealing and swindling people, to them it's a victimless crime, because to them, Obruni or foreigner, Mzungu, whatever the word is, to them, we are made of money and we will never run out of money.
Well, she right. That's exactly how they look at us. Like, they got money. How did they get here? You know how expensive the ticket is to get here? And even after they bought the ticket, they had money? Yeah. They figure that money never runs out.
So to them, they truly feel like it's a victimless crime. So, one, that's normal here. And then the other part that is also normal is lying. The lying goes hand in hand with the cheating. And so there's just those cultural norms that we are not prepared for. And understand, you are not, I'll say this with my teacher in mind that I loved dearly growing up. But outside of her, see, it's one thing when you grow up, when Africans come to the US, there's a certain, if they come from an area where there's no integrity, and they come to an area where there is integrity, where there is a certain amount of, I can't even think of the word right now, but when there's a certain amount of barriers and just, you can't do certain things, like my brain is not working. But either way, when you come to a place where there is that, and you come to Ghana, there is no integrity. That word integrity doesn't exist here. So you're talking about respect and kindness and consideration and all of that. All people want is access to your money. And the really messed up part is people will see you hanging out with people, individuals that, like, let's say they're from this country in Ghana and you're hanging out with a local thinking everything is cool. They're not going to tell you shit. It's like being in the hood. Don't say nothing. They're not going to warn you that you hanging out with a liar, a thief, a person that's just waiting for the opportunity to steal your money or steal.
Now that let me know right there that whoever this 30-year-old friend is, that person ain't right. And I'm going to just tell y'all the honest to God truth. That person ain't right, because this person is not right, and the people who are around him are not right. And see, these are the people that Miss Inez are being exposed to by default, because she doesn't know anybody else but him and his friends and the people that she meet when she get there. And most of the people she meets, she's going to meet them through his connections. So this is letting me know that these people are not right. This person is not quite right, okay? Because if they were quite right, there's no way people would be treating this lady like this, because for one, he wouldn't allow it. And they would know he would not allow it, so they wouldn't even try it.
Whatever they have that they think that you have that's available, nobody says nothing. So, and then also, let's look at it from this perspective. Like, we talk about doing business and having contracts and stuff like that here. Even if you have a contract with someone, because the laws are so bad, corruption is so rampant, having a contract doesn't technically mean much here. It doesn't, and I can smile with that, but I had a situation, and I last week, it's been a little more than a week, and I'm still in shock trying to deal with the ramifications of it all, because this so-called friend that I've been knowing for years, coming back and forth to Ghana.
This is the part of the friend that she went there with. Okay, she went to go. This is the 30-year friend that she's talking about now.
It's amazing how everyone, when you get here, they will tell you all these stories about how impoverished they are and all this blah, blah, blah. They're doing better than you, majority of them. I put that on my life. Oh, God. They're doing better than you.
See,
And
they telling Miss Inez they're struggling. You know, it's hard. You know, here, you know, she believing it. You know, she thinking, oh, wow, you know, this like that. But then when she see what's going on, she's like, oh, y'all not struggling. What kind of game is this to make it seem like you're not doing well when you really are?
they will sit up here and tell you these stories about, oh, one guy, this hype man,
To get money from you. That's why.
and Kelly Black sat up here and told me that his mother was in the hospital, bawled bawled real tears, man, bawled about his mother being in the hospital, her being sick, whoopty whoopty whoop. And I'm genuinely caring, thinking like, okay, I'm a dad, I'm gonna loan you this money. Understood it was a loan, checking on him. How's your mother? How's your mother? How's your mother? I'm not.
This is the setup, y'all. This is it right here. This is the setup. She comes with her money. I'm going to put you in this environment where everybody knows that you have money and everybody knows you're new and everybody knows you're gullible and everybody knows that they're going to have their chance to take a scam at you.
Not kidding. After maybe not even 2 weeks, I wouldn't even give it 2 weeks. I'm calling and I'm asking him, why? You know, how's your mother? You know, what's up with moms? Whatever. By the end of it, he looking at me like I had 3 eyes. Like, what are you talking about? He kept saying to me, she's normal. She's normal. And I was like, the last time I talked to you when we first had this conversation, she wasn't normal. You talked about how she fell and all of this. So now, game recognized, game repeat stuff. So now I'm starting to look around and I'm looking at, oh, he has a different phone. He doesn't bring her up anymore, doesn't talk about it. And I'm saying, okay, so this is how y'all moving out here. Y'all pretending that y'all undergoing all these stressful whatever situations and you need money, you want to help invest in businesses. And I'm sorry, I've just realized just now I jumped over the place. Let me get that. So essentially I loaned him money for him to get another phone. And of course he has no intention on paying me back. His mother was never sick. So going back to the woman I made friends with in Accra, I loaned her money for her business. I loaned the money to her in dollars.
So this is the second person. This dude for the phone. Okay, she just sitting around. He cool. She know him from the 30-year-old friend, all of that. He's saying his mom's sick. Okay, so you know, your mom's sick. I'll give you some money, loan you some money to get the medicine. Come to find out, no, the money went for a cell phone.
I have a witness, her witness. She even knew that I loaned her the money in dollars. But I had been friends with her for so long, I didn't think any.
Hold on, y'all. Sorry about that. So this is another friend, okay, who wants some money from her. So why isn't the 30-year-old friend saying, hey, don't ask her for no money? Why isn't the 30-year-old friend telling Inez, put your money up. Don't tell nobody you got no money. If they asked you for some money, say, oh, I spent it. My money ain't here yet. I don't have it like that. I'm barely making it. But all of this helping people, no. You don't want people to look at you as an ATM, Inez. You don't want that. And you looking at it like, well, you just helping people. And, I got this little extra money right now. So, I can loan some of it out. They said they're going to give it back to me. And they're like, oh, okay. This is, like I said, this is the setup.
The current equivalent of the dollars into CDs. I didn't realize that later on, what she was trying to do was pay me back in CDs, because I told her, I said, we had already had the conversation that she had to pay me back in dollars. But now, because she asked me to modify the contract, stupid me, that's my fault. So learn from my lesson. And I usually don't do stupid shit like that, but whatever.
she's trying to say that I didn't pay her in dollars, and she knows that I paid her in dollars. But what made it so messed up is that when I went to go and have her re-sign the documents to renew the loan agreement, because it's been over a year now, for me, I figured, okay, fix the fuck up that you made, fix the mistake, and continue the loan agreement. This was a loan renewal that I took to her. And she literally, we were in the Donsom and Sacramento area. So if you're familiar with across, when I say she stood up and began yelling, and if you're familiar with the area, you know how busy that street gets. It's literally parking lot, and she's sitting there yelling, and I'm sinking and sinking and sinking into my chair. So if you're familiar with Africa, and here we got lizards or whatever you want to call them, geckos, they run around all over the place. But sometimes if they see you, they think if they just stay still, you won't notice them.
Yeah.
And I swear to God, I had that moment. Like I literally was trying to sit still and just be like, ain't nobody gonna, because I kept saying to her what she was doing was not only embarrassing me, but it was also very disrespectful. She continued. I put that on my life. She continued. When I say there were witnesses everywhere, it was, and I began to say to myself, like, why am I shrinking? I'm not the one that was over here begging for the loan. And so now that she's gotten the money, she's gotten cocky and arrogant and loud and embarrassed. I was like, first of all, I shouldn't be embarrassed. And I kept saying to her when she was doing this little monologue, this performance of hers, I was like, Delphina, and mind you, her name is Delphina Prempe, by the way, because what she's done, I have a feeling that she and people that know her, they've done this shit to other people before. They will act like they don't know. Oh, we need this and we need this. We just looking for people to invest in our businesses and yada yada yada. No, they look for people that are gully. Let's just put it straight. They're looking for people that are gully, coming to Africa with positive intentions, and they're waiting for you to just slip up. And like I said, these people have businesses. Mind you, nobody has helped me with none of the businesses that I've invested in or tried to build. I built a bar, and I'm not kidding. I built a bar in Cape Coast near the front line area. And do you know that Negro swindled me out of my bar? And everybody in the immediate area knows it, but nobody says nothing. Everybody here keeps telling you, oh, just exercise patience. Oh, just let it go. Oh, madam, mummy, auntie. Blah, blah. They have no respect for what you've sacrificed. And I had to explain this to a few people that were willing to have a dialogue with me, because most people aren't. And I said, you guys have no idea what a woman like myself has had to do, and I don't mean prostitution, but how much I've had to sacrifice to be able to come in to live in another country before I made 45 years old. The businesses that I've had to work, the jobs, the amount of hours that I've had to work, the amount of sacrifice that I've had to put into myself, how much I've had to invest into myself, everything for you guys to just steal without a conscience from me, without having any intention on reciprocating nothing. How dare you come and talk to me about how impoverished this fake Ghanaian brother of mine that literally was calling me his sister. I'm running around with him, not really realizing he's a scam artist. All the people I'm hanging with, do you think any of them told me? I invested in his business. Bought him a refrigerator, bought him drinks. He's doing well. He's doing better. You think any of these people reached out to help me? You think any of them, have they repaid me? No, thank you, SSG, Manny. Do you think any of these people have any intentions on repaying me? The woman, Josephine Effie, we call her Effie Arthur. I didn't give her. I loaned her or gave her drinks for her to sell and to repay me. She owes me 2,000 CDs as well. When I tell you I got a long list. And let me give a shout out to Dave. Because out of all the people that I've transacted with, out of all of them, Dave is the only one. And I'm not kidding. Out of every single person that I have transacted business with when it comes to money, Dave of Whispers Pub in Cape Coast, out of everybody, when I say there's plenty, Matras, when I say there are plenty, it's I couldn't even begin to tell you how many people have stolen from me. And we're not even getting into the mechanics and all the other people, the landlords that will trespass on your property and damage your stuff and act like they literally just act like you have a money tree out back and you can afford to just pay for everybody's things that they damaged. There's no responsibility whatsoever.
No.
So I said all that to say when you talk about coming to live in Ghana and invest in Ghana or other countries, really, 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 hopefully do your research. Um, and if you, and I did all of that, and even and then with the best of intentions, shit can fall apart. Excuse my expletives, but even then, if you don't really have the strongest support system, like word is
I
bond.
told y'all.
If you don't have a real strong support
Yeah.
system where you can truly depend on those people,
Yeah.
look for another location. Look for another location because especially for us, we're looked at as money bags here.
Yeah.
And when you factor in, and I'll keep this video short, I'll add more later. When you factor in the nature of what people have been dealing with, when you look at the people that have already come before you that are retired and literally can just afford to keep taking hits every month. Oh, they stole this from me, they swindled this out of me from me, but okay, next month is coming, and like the first of the month is like magic, my money comes back. When you're not in that financial bracket or in that space, you have to move differently. And so that's something to consider. But let me add this and I'm done. I really, really, really wish we could have more of a dialogue with people about building, having not just self improvement, but developing better character. Because this so-called friend of mine, Delphina Prempe in Accra, who lied from one, like I said, from the beginning, she knew what she was doing. She knew what she was doing when she was handling me. That's why she asked me to modify the contract for her for the sake of friendship. I did, dumbass me. She knew what she was doing, but it wasn't just what she did, it was the way she handled it.
Yeah.
And I tell people all the time, if you are seeking to maintain any type of relationship with someone, we have to act better. We have to act better, we have to be better, and we shouldn't have to have policing. Someone sitting up under you like them old people. They used to always watch us when we was getting in trouble growing up. You shouldn't have good people do the right thing because it's the right thing. Let's put it that way. And if you fuck up, if I fuck, I'll put that on everything. As a business owner, ask my customers, ask me if I fucked up, and it was, oh, baby, we try to fix that. We don't sit up there and be like, oh, you didn't have to do it, but you did it. No, that is my turn to apologize emphatically and ask you, how can I fix it?
But the thing is, the fixing it isn't so much fixing the Ghanaian people, the Gambian people, the Cameroonian people, the Nigerian people. The thing is to fix us. Miss Inez was set up for the setup. They knew she was coming. They knew she had money. Everybody around her took advantage of her. Everybody. And what did she say? The same thing I've been telling you guys. We don't have it. There's no support network over there. There's none in Gambia. Remember when Veronica told us she couldn't pay her rent? Our Sisters International was on there telling us, oh, we have this sisters network and we all look out for each other and we all take care of each other. But where were they at when Veronica couldn't pay her rent? Where were they at when Veronica said she had less than $20 to her name? And the landlord was letting her stay in that house for free because she didn't have the money. And he could not put her out like that. Thank God she had a nice landlord. There's no support network. If we plan on going to these countries, you have to have a support network. You have to. That's what I keep saying. I keep looking to see everywhere I look, this Pan African movement fails. time and time and time again. And I'm like, what happens? What's making it fall and crumble apart? There's no support network. When we get over there and get stuck, we don't have nobody to help us get unstuck. For some reason, when we go to Africa, Black Americans stop moving like a community and they start moving like an individual. And that's when we get in a lot of trouble. We cannot move like individuals. We have to move like a community. I production says I am from West Africa and I don't loan money to relatives. You said I don't loan money to relatives. Mr. Axay says this is embarrassing. Black Americans look like effing fools. Well, she was given this. Now you got to remember, this wasn't just Africans she was giving this money to, Mr. Axie. Is that how you say Axay? She was. These were Black Americans. Her friends are Black Americans. She went there to with other Black Americans. So see, this is the setup that she's talking about. That other Black Americans are sending out the light, saying, "Come on over here. Come repatriate over here." And when all actuality, it ain't cool over here. And when you do get over here, we're going to be the ones to take advantage of you, not the Africans. We're going to make sure we get all your money before they even think about getting your money. So, Bossa Nova says, forget a support system. What about discriminate, sis? Stop looking outside of yourself for wisdom and read the room. She lost her money. She lost her money bad. And that's what I was telling her. You got to read the room. Like you just said, you got to go by what you feel. If these, or maybe I was saying that to somebody else. No, I was saying that to somebody else. That you got to go by what you feel. If it don't feel right, I don't care what your mouth is saying, because you can feel it. Because I could tell Miss Inez is a wise woman. She can feel it. But you know what? You be so caught up into that Africa stuff that you want to believe what they're saying is real. You want to believe that that stuff is real when really it's not. Good. I know, isn't it? Listening to her testimony. I work hard for every penny I have. And to have someone take it with with no recourse, there must be a better way. People, think before you go. And I know. That's why when I'm listening to her, I'm like, nah, this lady ain't no grifter. This lady ain't no scammer. This lady is hurt. You can hear it in her voice. And she's trying not to curse everybody out. She's trying not to lose it. She's trying to stay in control. She done took everything she had to Africa, trusting another Black American, not an African. This ain't the Africans doing this to us. This is us doing this to us. That's what you got to see. There's no Africans that's the common denominator here. The common denominator is the Black American in Africa who set up the other Black Americans. Because they wouldn't have they wouldn't even know about the money. How would they even know about the money? This man is going around introducing her to his friends, his people, his girlfriends, his wives, or whatever. And it's all going around. There's new money in town. There's new money in town. Yep. It's all going around. Little do they know, all the hardship lies they have told over the years to get money will come to pass. Yeah, they will. They just want your money. But you got to remember, these are not all Africans. Some of them is Africans. And the lady she took, that lady is an American. That took the $5,000 and told her it was and lied and told the court people it was 5,000 cedis. It wasn't $5,000. Yeah, she trying to pay her back cedis. That was an American lady. That wasn't a Gambian. There is no excusing wickedness like that. No good will come to that country until they change their ways. Bossa Nova, you got to remember, it's not just the country. These are Black Americans who are doing this also. The Black Americans is the one who told her to come there. The Black Americans is the one that said, I got your back. But when she got there, the Black Americans flipped the script and he didn't have nothing to do with her. He wasn't looking out for her like that. She was basically on her own. She was basically on her own. So what's going to happen to us? What's going to happen to the Black Americans who's setting up the other Black Americans in Africa? The worst place you could ever set us up, in a foreign country, on a foreign land where you know we don't have no backup and we don't even speak the language. We don't even speak the language. The locals rightfully assume you got it like that. Yeah, they will. The locals will assume that. But those other people he's around, and then when she said she was riding around with the dude who was supposed to be her Ghanaian brother, and nobody told her he was a criminal, a scammer, that's because they all felt like she was in on the scam too. Because they felt like if you weren't with the scammer, if you're with the scammer, you got to be in on the scam. You got to be on the scam. Why are these cases rampant in West Africa and not Southern Africa? Well, we don't know if that's true or not because we don't look at Southern Africa. And South Africa, when I did look at South Africa, the cases that's rampant in there are women being raped on the regular. Yeah, they got a big problem with women being raped and unalived. Yeah, so check that out. So no, South Africa is no better. Don't think for 1 second South Africa is much better. No, no, no. It's just a different type of crime. And like I said, these are not Ghanaians who are doing this. These are Americans. This person is an American who moved to Ghana, who lives in Ghana, and who's been in Ghana. Okay? That's what you got to understand. Yes, you can stop doing anything you choose to do. That's what you guys got to get. That these are Americans doing this, setting other Americans up for the takedown. I'm going to get you over here. I know you don't have, I know whatever money you have is not going to be enough money because we're going to make sure of that. Because I'm going to surround you with a bunch of leeches and their job is to get your money. And once we get your money, and once you're totally frustrated with the system, because along with the Black Americans taking your money, you're going to deal with that frustrating system in West Africa, that bad infrastructure, that poor customer service, that everything that you're not used to, you're going to have to deal with that on top of the Black Americans helping you spend all your money. On top of that. So what do you do? What do you do? What does she do now? Now they're waiting for you to leave because your back is against the wall. So they're waiting for you to leave. And what's going to happen to your stuff when you leave? Guess who you're going to give it to? Them. Because you can't afford to take all that stuff back to America. It's even 3 times higher now. So either you're going to try to sell as much as you can, but you're not going to be able to sell all of it. So then what you're going to do with it? Give it to the repats. Give it to the Ghanaians that you know. Give it to the struggling repats. That's what you're going to do with it. That was the purpose in the first place. Was to get the money. To get the money by any means necessary. I left a half-built house in Jamaica. I just walked away. It wasn't worth the stress. Look at that. T&K, I'm so sorry. Because I know that hurt. I know that hurt. Because we work hard for our money. And you invested in something you believe in. And then you have to walk away. Because you know it's never going to come true because of the games that other people play. The games that other people play because they think for some reason we got tons of money. Because we live in one of the most expensive countries in the world. So we got tons of money. But don't they ever think it cost us tons of money to live here? Those Americans who were in on the swindle, they know it cost us tons of money to get here and to live here. So they know. Why aren't they sharing the reality of the situation? Why aren't they looking out for us? Black Western women aren't going to stop going to Africa by themselves. So I have a suggestion. Pay me and I will accompany you in your daily adventures outside. I take dollars only, ATM friendly. But yeah, that I'll just say go with the only thing I can really suggest is to go with one of Dinah's tours. Like I told you, Dinah Stamir is he's a YouTube content creator. And I've been following him for years. And I've also done research on his tours. And I can tell you that those are affordable tours. They're a good price for what you get. A lot of the tours to Africa do not give you all of the amenities that I think it's called DAFO tours that they give you. Okay, DAFO tours, something like that. So that is my suggestion, people. If you want to go to Africa, please do that. Please do that so you can check it out. You can have fun. You can take your girl trip there. You can take a group of girls if you want to. Y'all can go. You can see the tour. And then at night, I think after a certain time, you guys can go and you can hang out and do things that you want to do. You know, you can have fun. Bossa Nova says, please, people sold our people into slavery. They see us as a commodity that they can make money off of. A good run, yep, is better than a bad stand any day. Yep, she used to say that. That's it. A good run is better than a bad stand. Yep, she used to say that all the time. No, the taxi driver, I don't know what that was all about. Kiki, I didn't hear. Oh, you didn't hear the video. Which one? Which one, Places and Spaces? Hilarious. The woman got scammed inside the taxi just for yes, just for talking to another, yes, for a passenger. Right. Moral of the story: don't share a cab. But see, you gotta share the cab or take a boda motorcycle. But you know what? You gotta share the cabs. They're not unless you paying for a private taxi. Somebody is gonna be in that taxi with you. So I don't even know how he did that to her. Oh, the video. Which one did y'all didn't see? Oh, okay. Now we hear you. Okay. Okay. Did y'all see the video though? Why you're okay? Because I hit the wrong. Did y'all see that video? Okay. Man, the Africans where I was at look crap from the Indians, Arabs, and whites. It made me upset. Okay. Gambia was a mess before. Was it? Oh God, I can't even imagine that because it's a whole hot mess now. Some people follow the man over. Yes, they do, Monique, and believe that the man they are with will never really tell you the whole truth about their country. See, okay, that's what I thought that was Inez's situation. I thought, well, maybe this 30-year person was like a boyfriend, and she met him here, and he was Ghanaian. He went back to Ghana, but I'm like, they don't. God, Africans don't usually do that to you, especially when you think enough to come to their country, they're going to roll out the red carpet for you. They're going to show you the utmost respect because you had enough respect for them to come to their country. So that's why I was thrown off. Like, why would Ghanaians be treating her like this? Why would the Ghanaians be asking her for money like this? Why would the Ghanaians be allowing her to be swindled like this? Why are the Ghanaians allowing her to be scammed like this? But it wasn't the Ghanaians. It was the Americans. She was there with some American people who were allowing this to happen. I think that if only is qualified to write a book, she would. She write a wait a minute. Let me read this again. I think that only if one is qualified to write a book should write a book. Okay. Inez, Ardinas, and Brandon hate Black Americans for some. Oh, whoever this person is, NHEs are Dinus and Brandon's hate Americans for some reason. All they talk about is the lowest degenerative piece of black culture. What? Okay. Act broke, dress broke. I'm not saying act broke, just broke. I'm just saying be humble in your ways, be humble in your movements. Don't be flashy. Don't go out. I'm buying everybody in here drinks. I'm buying everybody food. No, you just gotta lay low. Why do you recommend Prince Dine and Samir's for African tours? I just told you it's a good price, and you get for what you get a good price. You get to experience local things that most locals will not experience. You're not going to have a commercial uh, trip to Africa. A commercial trip to Africa is the worst type to go because you really won't be able to experience Africa. On his tours, you can experience Africa. You'll meet the people, you'll learn the culture, you'll learn the history. You get these little, he gives you gifts, these little traditional African clothes. Your meals are included except for one meal. He pays for all your transport back and forth. These things are extremely expensive, but it's all included in this tour. That's why. That guy has nothing good to say about Black America. No, that's not true. If he didn't talk good about Black Americans, I would not watch him. Africa, places, African must may not be in a hurry to harm you. You got okay, y'all talking. I found my piece in the Gambia. Heavy pedal time says there is something dark about this place. The colonizers' footprints is all over the behavior of some Gambians. 21-year lease owner. Y'all, can you believe that? That is, but heavy pedal time. Now think about it. 21 years. If you're going to be a fool and you're going to buy some land and develop that land for 21 years and you're going to pay me money to do it, then they're going to take it. But you have to remember, Gambia is a whole country with I don't know how many million people who live there. They're having babies every day in that country. Where are they supposed to live if we go over there with all our money and buy up all the land? Where are they supposed to live? What are they supposed to do? So in 21 years, that's no time. You'll be up and out of there and they'll have their land back. So if we wanted to be the fool and thought we could go over there and buy their land, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry for us. I met my husband. Oh, did you, Brown Eyes? My cousin, she met her husband online. I met my husband online and I had no problems. Oh, that's so good. But it was 2 years before I seen him in person. She said, shoot. But I waited, Kiki. I checked it out. Oh my God. Y'all see how she made sure she put that part in there? She was like, oh, yeah, but I waited 2 years. Uh-huh. Yeah, I wasn't jumping and running and doing all that. No. Oh God, Bossa Nova says, I appreciate y'all, but I would never go. I see too much mess going on over there. Plus, I never had a desire to go. Oh, see, that's it. But I've had the desire since I was a small child to go. Even though I report on the mess that goes over there, it's still something I can't imagine myself never going back. I just can't. I hope you don't have those Black American friends. I hope she doesn't either. I hope but she's on her own now, y'all. She don't have anybody. She don't have anybody. That's so true, Tammy says. You have to be very careful of other Americans. Yes, on the continent, you gotta, because see, when we're with them, we let our guard down. We let our guard down. And then they'll say little things like I was over to these one Black American people I thought were my friends, and they had when I went over there, they had given me food for a couple days. When I would get over there, they would eat, fix me something to eat. We would eat. But I didn't think anything of it until one day I was over there. They were mentioning how much money they had to spend on groceries and how the food was, being ran through. So I started feeling bad, like, oh, are they trying to talk about me? So I actually gave them 1,800 Dalasi for food. Yes. These were the Black Americans. When I ate with the Gambians, not one time did they even mention, you need to give us we running out of food. Blah, blah, blah. Nope. Nope. I would get a big old thing, a platter loaded up with food. Not one time did they mention, you got to pay for this, you got to pay for that. Or no, they didn't say I had to pay. They suggested it. These were the Americans. So it's not the Africans to say that we have to fear in Africa. It's our own people. It's our own people, because those are the ones who we let our guard down. They should have been warning her about all of this that goes on over there. In Africa, the language you speak determines how you will survive based on the people. Exactly. You think we think they are just black, that they say they are in America. I don't know what you're talking about. A lot of us go over to Africa thinking we're African or black people. Okay, let me get back to this video. So that was the one I want to show y'all. And I couldn't understand why her friend, again, was allowing these things to happen to her. So Miss Inez is now developing this us against them mentality. Now, y'all know who else developed that us against them mentality? Art Kathy. Yeah, Art Kathy was very, very vocal about the us against them mentality. And the us against them mentality is what happens when you're in this stressful situation, because you have no help. I'm on my own. Defenses, by this time, Miss Inez's defense mechanisms are all up, because she's wondering, why isn't my friend helping me when all these people took my money, and he knows all of these people, or he's had connections with all of these people. Why isn't he helping me get my money back? Why do I got to turn to the court to get my money back? Why isn't he going to their home saying, I need to speak to your husband, lady, whatever your name is, about the $5,000 that you owe my sister? But see, she probably don't have no husband either. So let's look at this one. Let's see what this one she's saying in this one. Oh, this is the us against them mentality. Hold on. This is the us against them. And this mentality I thought was really dangerous, because it can't be a us against them and you're in their country. That ain't going to work. You can't be against them in their country. You're going to have to leave their country because it's their country.
Hopefully, this won't be a long video about the us against them dynamic that we have going on here. Um, as everyone may be already aware, if you've been watching me in my journey here, this us against them, and like I said, it's really, like, if you know me, like, I literally grew up around a ton of Africans, which it doesn't matter, right? But you would think that this us against them narrative you would hope that it doesn't exist, but it's so strong and so prevalent that everything literally becomes about us against them. Something as small as the prices, and people will often exaggerate their issues of poverty to get you to compensate them for it, essentially. I can't think of the word that I'm trying, it's another saying, but essentially, it's this fight, us against them. And so it's a combination of us against them and the problem with not fighting. Um, these challenges.
Okay, now this is something I want to point out. She's another woman, Black American woman. I told you about the other ones in the Gambia, who talks about this fighting. Now, Inez is from Oakland. So Oakland, I believe that's yeah. I'm pretty sure that's where Dr. Huey P. Newton was from. Like, that's where the Black Panther Party at. Didn't it start in Oakland, y'all? Um, but that whole area, Oakland, is like politically charged people. Like, that's what they do. These people are born to protest. So she has this protest spirit in her just by where she's from. So she's used to stand up, for your rights, speak your truth. But yeah, that works in America, y'all, but not so much so in Africa. you become a nuisance in Africa. You become a liability in Africa. They look at you as disrespectful. They look at you as you need to shut your mouth. That's how they're going to start looking at her if they have not already looked at her like that. Let's pray they don't see this YouTube channel. Let's just pray where she lives, the people around her, the local people, they don't see this YouTube channel. Because, see, this is when they take offense to. They take offense to all of this. So let's finish this.
So today there's been a 10-month delay in a case that I had against a former landlord who would not stop trespassing and damaging property when she would do it, or when she would have people come over and do it. And so there literally has been a 10-month delay.
I think this is the first one. She had 3 rental problems with her rental properties, okay? The first one, I think it was this one, where the person was stalking her. Then it was another one where the person just took her money. Do you hear me? Took the money for a whole year and never paid her the money. And now this problem.
The first time we've been back to court. And so I was asked to, or I was essentially ordered by the judge, but she asked, it was polite, told me that I needed to get a copy of the proceedings so that when we come back to court, I could address them and correct any errors if there were any. Now, the issue is getting a copy of the order. I had to go to the clerk, and of course, I needed to dash her some money. And then after that, ask for the copy of the proceedings. And of course, there's no price for the proceedings. And so immediately I'm told that I'm a foreigner and I have dollars, so I can afford whatever price they gave me. There's no price listing anywhere. It's not required to be listed. And this, like I said, this whole us against them. So because you think I'm a foreigner and I have dollars, even though I've been living here with y'all for the last almost 3 years now, somehow I'm just made of money. So while we waited for the judge to come in, I have a case that I'd already won against a realtor who I was actually going to be renting from before I rented from that lady. He never actually gave me the keys to move in. And so when he didn't give me the keys to move in, et cetera, I was like, you know what? It sounds like you're not ready. Why don't you just give me the money back? Because I had paid him. The whole agreement was that when I give you this money for the place, you're going to give me the keys. Magically, mysteriously, when it's time to turn over everything, I'm giving him the money. I'd already given him the money, and we were in process of changing for the keys. I'm waiting for the keys. Keys aren't around. So this fool had me wait over a year. I'm going back and forth with him to get my money. He gave me a portion of it, and so he owed me a little more than 6,000 CDs at the time. And then, of course, when you factor in interest, which is fair because you sat up there and held on to somebody's money, this guy had still not paid the rest of the money till today. And so the part, if you're not familiar, you have to go through these, what they call a entry of judgment, a formal decree, etc. And so I did all of that, and he still hadn't paid. So the next part was the 5A, or what they call a 5A, and that's where you go or you file for it and have the sheriff take possession of their movable and movable property. And that's what I did. And so they were like, "Oh, you want to go and take his car just for 700 CDs?" And I was like, "He would take mine." Like, they won't let you, if you owe, see, this is the cold part, us against them. If you owe them money, they will not let you sleep. For 20 CDs, 25 CDs. I literally had a fight with somebody, not a fist fight, but a verbal battle over 25 CDs that I didn't owe, but 25 CDs, literally. And they harassed me for a number of days, but 25 CDs. So you're talking about almost 7,000. It actually came up to over 7,000 CDs. And I shouldn't harass you. So long story short, he came today because they went to him and told him, you need to pay the rest of the money owed, or we're going to have to go after, we're going to have to take possession of your car. And they love telling stories here, talking, story time. And I was like, okay, enough times, the bedtime story, you told it 3 times already. We get it. The point is, you still owe the money. So your story time is invalid, and the registrar agrees. This is the money that's still left on it. It's on the docket. You're admitting that he's knew that he owed the money, but he didn't feel like he had to pay it. And I'm like, okay, well, we can come get your car, or we can have you pay it now. So as the registrar goes out to do something, this fool rises up on me and tells me how I need to go back to my country. If I need money, I need to go back to my country. So telling me to go back to my country and then telling me to go back and get some money from my country. See, again, this whole dynamic of us against them. As long as we are here, forking over money, literally bending over, spreading our ass cheeks, excuse me, because I try not to be so disrespectful, but that's essentially what has been happening here for the number of diasporans. And see, part of the challenge, this huge challenge, like,
now listen to her voice, y'all. Listen to the stress and anxiety in this lady's voice, from the frustration of not having any help, from the frustration of trusting somebody and moving all the way across the world. And then you get there, and this is what you got to go through. This is what you got to go through. So now she's taking this man to court. He didn't hold up his end of the bargain. Now he's supposed to give her the car. Now she's in the process of taking this car because this man refused to pay her back any money.
Gargantuous challenge is that so many people come here and they don't fight. It's mind blowing to me how many people I have met that have been swindled and taken advantage of, and they have no fight in them. And I don't know what that is. I kind of.
But again, you can't. If that's America, yeah, we can fight like that. We can organize and we can protest and we can do whatever. But you can't do that so much so in another country. Not so much so in Africa, and not so much so in another country. Because we really don't have rights in that country. That's what you have to understand. They gave us the right to come visit that country. And we have to sit down and we have to act accordingly. And if we don't like what's going on there, then we got to leave. We just got to leave because all of this is going to get you nowhere. It's going to get you frustrated. It's going to get you anxious. It's going to get a lot of your money ate up because the court will start spinning you around in circles. You'll be going to court for years. Look how long Black Acres have been going to court. Look how many lawsuits Black Acres of the Gambia have had because people don't like you. And when people don't like you, they keep you in court and they keep you tied up because they know your money's going to run out. And that's what they're going to wait for. They're going to wait for your money to run out because once your money runs out, your case runs out. That's what this is all about. Waiting for the money to just run out.
Look at that as when I was in the US, I complained about a lot of stuff about how we don't also fight. And I say, when I was growing up, there were protests, there were more people willing to stand up and voice their opinions, etc. But now we've become this docile version of ourselves where we sort of tuck ourselves into this little shell and we close ourselves away and we just take whatever people give us. That dynamic is causing so many other people to come in after us, whether we realize it or not. That is causing so many other people to come in after us and for them to get taken too. So it was okay that he took my money and held on to it for over 1 year. But now I'm the bad guy because I took him to court and won. And he wasn't the only one. So I have a reputation here. Everybody's talking about, she's a serial litigant.
See,
and I haven't lost one yet.
That's what I mean. You don't want that reputation that she's a serial litigant. You don't want that type of reputation. You don't want the court people to know who you are at all. You don't want the police people to know who you are at all. You don't want any of those people to know who you are at all because they can make your life very miserable and they can make your family's life there very miserable.
So that should tell you something right there. She's a serial litigant. There's a reason I'm not, my cases have merit. I'm not just out here suing people because you stepped on my toe. I'm not suing people that haven't done anything to me. These people I am suing have caused serious distress and harm. And the only problem is that the system that is in place is very broken, as everybody already know. Like I said, I've had a 10-month delay from there being no judge in Elmina. And Elmina is literally the next city over. That's like, I'm from Oakland. That's like going from Oakland to Emeryville or Oakland to Berkeley. And you got all of these sitting judges in Cape Coast. When I tell you there's plenty, there's a lot of judges. And you mean to tell me you couldn't get one of them to come over there and sit? But that's
what I mean. Like that. So that's the game. That's the game. That's them saying we don't care about this. You're wasting our time. You're tying up our court system because they don't do that over there. These are frivolous. You're just wasting our time and our energy.
We have another 2-month delay for the proceeding. So I have to go back for the preceding hearing. But my point, okay, getting back to the point, this us against them and not fighting. Everything turns, I don't like that everything should be about me against you. It should be about righteousness and justice. Did you do it or did you not? I'll tell you this story because people laugh. As everybody already know, I grew up in Oakland. I grew up in West Oakland specifically. And we had these little like wooden structures. And Lamont and Marcus and my brother, we was all out playing. And so we're climbing this little wooden structure. And my brother, Marcus, when I finally caught him, wow, I hit him. Somebody, especially first, you need to ask, what did you do to her? For busting his nose, because I wasn't supposed to bust his nose. More of the story is, so how am I expected to get any justice? How am I expected to get anything? when everybody's buddy, friendly.
That's another thing.
So
They
this
all know each other. They all know it, just like here at the court. The prosecutor know the public defender. The public defender went to the university with the prosecutor. The prosecutor went to the university with the judge. And guess what? And all three of them get together and go golfing on the weekend. They're all friends. They all know each other. So do you really think you got a fair chance? If they're friends, you do. If that's his buddy from the university, yeah, you do. You sure do.
us against them dynamic. And so somebody was saying to me, oh, you shouldn't look at it that way. And I was like, but that's how it is. And I said, you know what, imagine if I put out the call and everybody heard it and heeded the call. Imagine if I said, you know what, since they doing this to us over here, stealing everything from us, robbing us, everything, why don't we find all the Africans in other countries? Why don't we go to them? And you know how much money, when you see an African and foreign, how much money their family had to put up, how much they had to
That
save
ain't no
to
lie.
get that family member.
That ain't no, she ain't lying either. Do you? It's expensive. And I ain't talking about the ones who come over here like who won the lottery. Oh no, I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about the Africans you see at the university. If you see an African at a university, do you know how much money they had to pay for that person to come over here? Do you know how much money that family have to have? So while we sitting here thinking, I don't think it because I know Africans ain't broke. While we sitting here thinking they're broke, if they're broke, how are they here? How are they here? Not the illegals. How are they here?
The country to try and build a better life. So you know how much effort that went into that? What do you think this is? Me coming here. But to them, like I said, they've married to this idea that I'm a foreigner, I'm made of money. But imagine if we did the same thing. We see a foreigner and say to them, okay, well, you over in our country, that means your family rich. Why don't we rob you of everything you got and send you back home broke and disgusted and hurt and disrespected the whole bit? Do you think that's fair? So if it's not fair for me to put that call out and say that to everyone, so go rob the African in other countries. He most likely has money. He most likely a prince. He most likely that because his family could afford to send him here. So if you don't want us to do that, why should you come when we come here? Why should we be treated like the enemy? I literally see Chinese people, white people. I see everybody else come here and get treated with more respect and have more dignity than us that look like them. There's always some excuse to why I should have to open up my wallet. Even, and a perfect example, and I'm closing. One of the issues that people still have sort of forgotten about is the whole issue of a sase-pa. If you're familiar with the sase-pa restaurant in Cape Coast that was demolished, that was right upon the alongside on the water, that was an inhumane thing to do to anybody. Diaspora and aside ain't got nothing to see again us against them. This narrative is gonna follow us. Imagine you've been here 12. Anybody been here 12 years? Set up a business. That means when you were here and hiring people, the people that you hired were locals, yeah. The people you ended up having to feed because they came begging for food were locals, yeah? This man had a business established and up and running for 12 fucking years, feeding people, employing people. And when they shut him down, the way they did it was so long. And people showed up with a boobias, which is like a tricycle with
they sure did.
A storage area in the back where people can load up things. They showed up with a boobias, trucks, all kind of moving vehicles, anything that could haul something. They showed up with him and stole this man's stuff and rode off into the sunset.
They sure did. They rode off into the sunset. And that should let you know right there, like I keep telling you. If you're not married to one of them, there's no way I would be over there trying to own anything that belongs to them, because you will never own that. That is not yours. You can lease it, but you'll never own it. Even Africans, let's see, Mr. Laurel says, Dominic says, even Africans who live outside of Africa get treated the same way when they go to visit. Yes, Mexican government changed the law about the purchase of land after COVID-19. Okay. It's going to be the same situation. It sure is. It's probably going to be worse. Videos full of black. It sure is. That's been out there for a while. She's not. Monique says she's not lying. I've never come. I will never come back to Africa. See, that's because Monique had a bad experience. That's why I do this channel and these videos, because I don't want you to feel like that. I don't like when people say, I ain't never going back to Africa. Mr. Axay, Where did you hear or read that that's news to me? No, it's not. It's all over the internet. What are you talking about? Dark black. Okay, we got that. All right, so let's go down here and get these other ones. So don't forget, y'all, next Saturday, Miss Inez is going to come on the show. We're going to start at 5 o'clock, okay? And she's going to answer your questions. She's going to be here to tell her story and answer your questions. Mr. Axe says, yeah, they all know each other. Some tribe, same brother, hand, hood, sisterhood, probably same slave trading tribe. What? And you black Americans are foreigners, and some look at you as slaves from the US. Yeah, they do. 10-month delay tells me something. It's very wrong, and it's probably a waste of time. It is. It tells me you're not going to win. It tells me they're going to run your money out. Remember, I told you I worked for the government in Cameroon. They trained me well. They showed me everything. They're going to run your money out till you don't have any more money, and then your court case is going to be over because they don't do that there. These people, they just feel like, you should be able to work it out. I can't trust any judges that wear blonde wigs. Faces and Faces says shaking my head. TNK says people get corrupt when they see you are outside your comfort zone and the system has no recourse. And it doesn't. It really doesn't. Can you share your thoughts on how her business could have been stolen? She said the bar was stolen. Um, you know what? I didn't get that either. I was talking to her. Let me see if I put it in the notes because that's why she's going to come on. Because some of the stuff I didn't understand when she was telling the story, and I didn't get that either. I didn't understand how she said he took the business right from under her, and I didn't know. I didn't understand how either. So when she comes next week, now that was one of the questions I had in my notes. Was I didn't understand how the bar, because she said when I did talk to her, she was telling me about the bar and how well the bar was doing. But I didn't understand again how she said the guy swindled the business, scammed her out of the business. So that'll be one of the questions. I'm just looking through my notes to see if I have it in here, but I know I don't because that was one of the ones I didn't understand either. Because I kept going back through them, through my notes and through the stories because I wanted to make sure I understood it. But no, yeah, I don't know how he got the bar from her. I don't know. I really don't know. So we're gonna ask her next week. We'll ask her next week about that also. How did she lose the bar? Can you sue in Africa but getting recompense is a crap shoot? I think street justice. Uh, acts. We are serious over here. We're not playing. Kiki, I'm from Oakland. I will as well. But that fighting spirit has to stay. Yes, it has to stay in the USA. Like Aretha said, ain't no way I'm going to fight like her in Ghana. No, I'm not. I'm not. When someone shows you their face, believe them. Here she is. Inez says, sorry for your loss, Monique. Okay. They don't like her. No. And see, this is the way they showing it. And the more she speaks out, the more they're gonna have disdainment for her. The more, and they're gonna show it in so many different ways. Fighting in America has become something of what our ancestors did to bring that about. Africans have yet to do that type of fighting, and I don't think they ever will. They, I know what you're talking about. It's like uh, that's because Black Americans have what they don't. Africans don't have that sense of nationalism that we have. That when it comes to it, we'll look over all of everything else and we'll join together and be like, at the end of the day, we're Black Americans and we'll fight for a cause together. That's one thing that we're known for, fighting for causes. That's why people don't want to be bothered with us, because they know those Americans will fight for anything. They will fight for a cause till you can't fight for it anymore. And people don't want to be bothered with that. Other countries don't want to be bothered with Americans, with Black Americans, because of that reason. Uh no, I don't think they ever will develop that. Do I just see I seen it in Nigeria when the SARS movement was out to stop SARS. I did see it in Nigeria. They did unify. Now they will. The Nigerians, I've seen them do that. Yeah, I've seen them, just they will unify and they will stand up and protest in their government. And the government will do some illegal stuff, and then the international community will step in and make them stop. But Nigerians, I think, will do that. T and K, I know that what you are saying, but you missed the point. No matter where in the world you go, locals know you are Americans from a mile. They sure do. They can spot it. Inez, Finley, even though you don't have to tell them sorry for your loss. I had a loss there as well. Oh. When we are there, they turn us like they when we are there, they turn just like the Africans. Okay, Kiki, that what's your email? So I can okay, hold on, let me put it down here. Okay, I'm gonna put my email down here. LUVSNIGERIA at gmail.com. Okay, now let me look at this other one. .com. Okay. Okay, so let's look at this other one. And that's one thing we're going to have to ask her, because I don't even have it in these notes. So that means it wasn't clear. If I don't have it in the typed notes and I don't have it in my written notes, it wasn't clear. And that was one thing, now that you said it, I do remember it wasn't clear. Okay, so that led me to this was really bad about this us against them mentality. I don't ever want to be in Africa where there is an us against them mentality. That is just not, I won't feel safe there. I won't feel like I'm a member of that community, and I won't feel safe there. So I know I don't want to be a part of that community. So now this brings us to where Miss Inez is having car and money problems. Okay, she did win the lawsuit, but like I said, she's having she's having trouble getting the money from that lawsuit. So that's when she's going to get this car, and now she's having problems with the car. Once she got the car, y'all, she started having problems with the car. And she is now asking, now she's been forced through the lawsuits, through all this money she's lost. Now she's forced to ask the community to come to us to ask us for assistance with her legal fees and just with her day to day life. She needs some assistance. So let's check out this video. All right. Now, all the times, this was when she finally said, I need some help. I can't do this anymore. I don't have enough money. They've taken all my money. I've spent all my money. Now I have to go to the repats for help. Now, see, normally my position would be, well, why you got to go to the repats for help? Why didn't you think about that before you came? Why didn't you plan all this before you came? But in this situation, this is a completely different situation. This lady, like I said, she did everything that we suggested that you do, and it still didn't work out. So I wouldn't say this lady is a grifter. So the people who were thinking, oh, she's a grifter, no, I wouldn't think she's a grifter, because remember, grifters have scam after scam after scam after scam that they live off of, and they do them constantly to live. I don't think Inez is a grifter. I think Inez is in a really bad situation right now. That's what I think. So let's check out this video.
Uh, Yesterday I was trying to do this video and I got interrupted. One, the power went out and stayed out, but before the power went out, there was some technical difficulties. And after I recorded everything, I was like, you know what? Maybe the Spirit is trying to tell me to do this tomorrow. So then that is why I'm doing this today. So good morning to everyone that is following me on this journey, and thank you for following me or working with me, because you guys know this has not been easy. So I wanted to give an update on one of the cases, because I've been talking about the challenges that diasporans face. I'm sorry, now y'all know I talk with my hands, so you gotta get over that. One of the issues that we've been facing, one of my issues is, one of the biggest issues has been my car. My car has been a way for them to extort money from me. And so I don't know if you guys know that or had seen the video that I...
And y'all know they will do that. They will constantly, you take your car in to get the oil change, they'll break it. Look at Black Acres. And then something else will be wrong. Something else is constantly wrong.
Did with Clevy Joe. There was some technical reasons why the video had to be taken down, but essentially I talked a bit about it in that video, about how I have a 2014 Kia Sportage 4x4 SUV, whatever you want to look at it. It's a 2014 with 69,000 miles on it. Hear me now, 69,000 miles. It's not an old beat up raggedy car that I done ran into the ground. And I had been getting regular oil changes. For those who know, engines don't just fail. Let's just be clear about something. Engines don't just fail. My dad, before he died, he had a truck literally that was almost as old as he was, baby. And people say Ford is unreliable. Baby, that Ford was humming. That Ford kept going. Even when my daddy died, that truck still ran with proper maintenance, of course, on your engine, on your vehicle, whatever. So those who know. Instead of this guy pulling the codes, he unfortunately dismantled the engine. And if you know how much energy that takes to dismantle an engine.
So the lights went out. He said the lights went on her car, right? When he was changing the oil. Then instead of him putting on the little code thing where you can see what's wrong with the car, this guy decides he's going to take the whole engine apart.
To go and get an engine crane to lift it out from...
Now, this is without her permission, because you can't do stuff to people's cars without their permission. But in Gambia, you can. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Ghana.
Like the whole process, I'm not going to explain it, because for those who know, understand what I'm talking about. When you could have just plugged that in and did your business, got your codes, and found out what was the real problem. He thought I was stupid and didn't understand. He dismantled the engine so he can go and sell my parts. That being said, I took the engine from him, the car from him with the engine in it, towed it to another mechanic that I trusted, that it was vetted by another person here that I know. He told me that the engine needed to be replaced. Now, I don't know what happened. He took a look at the parts, looked at the crankshaft, said it needed to be replaced. And I did it. I admit I bit the bullet and did it. I was like, you know what? You'll get the money back. You'll get the money back. That's what I had told myself. And I'm not kidding. Within 1 month, the engine that he gave me also failed. Once, it's a coincidence. Second, it's not. Again, this whole being here by yourself narrative, we are preyed upon. And so on the video that I was working on yesterday, I took a look at them before I started to do this one, because I made some great points. And one of my points in the video was people assume that we could afford everything. This concept of Obruni, Yankee, Mzungu, you could just afford the losses, no matter what the cost, no matter what the loss, you can afford it. And so I am now in court with these guys. So yesterday, part of the reason why I was doing the video yesterday is because I came home from court and I was feeling some type of way about having the court be adjourned. His attorney didn't show up. And so we are now delayed out through May 5th. And there's just been constant delays. So with all the evidence I've submitted, with the pictures of the dismantled engine, having that engine taken to to the Kia dealership to test the engine parts, to do I have evidence of the wazoo. So you know how they say, there's a saying that it's not what you know, it's what you can prove in court. Well, even with all the evidence and all the proof, nothing is happening. Nothing is moving. And so the court system here is so bad because it's
how do I say this? The judges, the lawyers, everybody's like in on it. So as long as they're, see, the lawyer I had hired didn't do anything in the 7 months that I had hired him. I paid him for nothing. And so essentially, when I meet people and they be like, "Oh, you can pay," no, 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 I'm not paying shit else, because the problem is you can pay people here and they won't do what they were hired to do, and then we'll have the nerve to come back and ask you for some more money. And like I said again, this narrative follows you because you're a foreigner, you're just made of money, and essentially you're just expected to just keep giving. And so it's a huge problem with the delays. I've been delayed and delayed. So I've been walking for 9 months, get it that way. And I've been asking for help.
Now imagine that. She's been walking for 9 months, but she has a friend that she came there to be with. And this friend, she's known for over 30 years. This friend has been in Ghana so long. I think he has some kind of chief title. Okay. So this isn't just a nobody there. Why is he letting his friend walk like that? I don't understand this relationship. I don't understand why this man encouraged her to come over there to be treated like this and then don't offer any assistance. Because as you see, she's going to court by herself.
I've been asking for help. I will put it out there. If you guys can donate, I've linked in my description my link to my PayPal and my crowdfunding at Go Get Funding. I need support. Let's put it that way. Moving on. Um, as a diasporan, vetting people or having.
So I think that was the only time that I've seen in any of these videos where she said that she needed support from the community, where she actually asked us for support in the community. And that's the reason, that's the main reason I don't think this lady is a grifter. And I don't see any scamming. Like I don't see like the ones we talk about, honey. We know when them are scammers, right? I don't see that. I said I see a lady who was gotten in a very bad situation, and this lady needs help to get out of this situation. Now, the help, she says she needs help with legal fees and just things to live, day to day things to live. But I'm more concerned. I'm concerned about her leaving, like getting out of there. But like she was telling me, how do you leave? She's got all these things here. And if she wins the lawsuits and get the money, then she'll feel more comfortable walking away. Because at least she'll have the money that she some of the money that she came with. So one of her recourses was to contact the embassy. This let Inez didn't know what to do. She didn't know who she could turn to. Her back was against the wall. Her back is against the wall. She's in this foreign country. People who she thought was her friends are not her friends. Okay. She sounds like now she needs financial assistance. Before she didn't. She was able to help people out, but now nobody's been able to do what they said they were going to do. And now she needs help. Okay. And so she contacts the embassy for help because she's having lots of problems. And she's asking the embassy, can they help her? And let's just look at this video real quick. Because that was one of my questions when I was watching it. I was like, did she go to the embassy? Did she ask the embassy for help? And yes, she did. So let's see what they said when she went to the embassy. Now, the embassy won't help you with money. So if you need financial assistance, they're not going to help you with money. But what they will help you with is a ticket home. And well, this is what they say on the website. Now, that's why this is interesting, because the whole dynamic, the way she described her experience at the embassy, is not how I thought it would be. But when I went, it was under different circumstances. But was her experience when she went to the embassy to ask them for assistance.
Some really nasty people, and even a woman who had like a European accent, which I thought was really strange because this was the U.S. Embassy here in Ghana. So essentially, they're telling us when you call in that there is nothing they can do. Literally, you're on your own, literally, word for word. It's up to you to research these things. You have to research.
And that's true. If she's talking about financial assistance, you are on your own. They're not going to give you they ain't going to give you no food. They're not going to give you no shelter. They're not going to give you any they're not going to give you any money. They're not going to give you any of that. They will give you a voucher. You can get a plane ticket home, but you got to they'll hold your passport until you pay them back. So that means you have to walk away from everything. Take what you got and go home.
So my situation here, as you guys know, in Ghana is I can't start my own GoFundMe from here in Ghana. And I have posted in the link before for the Get funding, for the crowdfunding, as I've been trying to drum up.
So she's saying she can't do GoFundMe, and I'm so glad she's honest and didn't try to sneak and do it. Because for GoFundMe, she can't live in Ghana and do GoFundMe. She has to be in the United States.
Funds. I've also have some small businesses that I've tried to start. Nothing is taking off. As you guys know, I've been swindled out of a lot of money. And one of the things me and BJ talked about is how being here, if we owe a local money, they will call the police, they will have friends, whatever, and they will arrest us. And that's for like 20 CDs, which is like the equivalent of less than $1 or maybe $2. But if they owe us money, nothing happens. Even when we go to the police, even when we take them to court, nothing happens. And so there's been this really, really big outcry in the diasporan community to get justice. But of course, not as many of them they're not as vocal as I am. So whatever, going back to the U.S. Embassy, I tried talking to these 2 different people. One guy was like, call back after 3 because we're in the middle of something. And I was like, so you don't have nobody else to talk with? Okay. So the lady, when I got her, she was really nasty. So for us that are from the U.S. or even from the West, we have a certain standard of like customer service or things like certain expectations. We be like, oh no, you ain't, we gonna come down. I'm just gonna see you face to face and let you talk to me like that in my face. So I came to the U.S. Embassy yesterday, and I'm not kidding. They don't let you in. Let that sink in. They do not allow you in. So I of course brought my passport. I just put it down. I brought my passport, and
I think you have to have an appointment though. I think when I was in Cameroon, we had an appointment. So you might have to have an appointment.
My COVID card and my yellow fever, just because I was like, okay, just in case they needed to see all of my little whatever, bring your stuff.
But you would think if it was an emergency, you wouldn't need an appointment, and that American citizens could just walk in if it was an emergency. But I guess that's not the case.
And on the outside, I'm glad I did, because on the outside they did say no ID, no entry. So I brought everything kind of being anal and prepared, but I'm coming from Cape Coast all the way to Accra, which is like a 3-hour trip, to be told that they won't see me. I'm talking about you have to have an appointment. And I was like, okay, well, can I make an appointment? What do you want? Excuse me, would you like to rephrase that? What do you want? This lady was so nasty. And I literally, when I tried to answer her, because I wasn't appeasing what she wanted to hear, like, what do you want? She would literally start talking over me, and she was yelling. And so I was like, and I kept saying to her, I was like, is this how you talk to people? Like, honestly, because see, this is another thing. Like I said,
now just think, y'all got to remember, Miss Inez has lost all this money by this point, okay? Her friend she trusted, got her to come to Ghana, played her like he don't even know her now. She going through all this by herself. She don't know what to do. She's lost so much money. She needs help financially. She needs help, period. She needs some backup. So where's she going to go? Where we would think to go, where the American flag is flown. And this is the response.
Us from the US, we'd be like, okay, you can come outside and see me in the parking lot then. Like, you can literally come and see me. She was talking hella hard, talking hella big on the phone. I'm like, okay, why don't you come see me then? I'm outside. Well, we don't allow people in who don't have an appointment. I'm a US citizen. I have my passport here. I've called in several times. When I say she would yell at me, when I decided that I was going to yell back at her, then all of a sudden she's going to tell me I didn't have to scream at her, or I shouldn't scream at her, and I can lower my voice. And I was like, isn't that what you were just doing to me? I was like, that's disrespectful. I was like, I am a U.S. citizen. I have every right to come to this embassy and seek assistance. What do you want? What do you need? What are you nasty? Like, I'm getting on her nerves. Like, she would be doing me a favor. Okay. So when I began to describe the things that I needed assistance with, she was like, well, that is on our website. And you can go. And I explained to her, I said, ma'am, you're forgetting. I've already told you, I've been to your website. I've already pulled that information up. The PDF, the information you're talking about is insufficient. Okay. Insufficient. We go back and forth about the other things. I said, there are people in this community, the diasporan community, that need assistance. Everything I told her I needed help with, I was essentially on my own, literally. And so I'm saying to her, well, what do you guys do? What are you useless? If you're literally just taxpayers' dollars sitting here. And as I'm standing there talking to her in the parking lot that I was only allowed in because I couldn't get into the building. Like I said, as being a U.S. citizen.
But you have to remember too, they don't have much funding. So they can't do much. They can't because they don't fund them. That's the whole thing. That's why when we were trying to get autopsies, mandated, we were mandating funding to go along with those autopsies because you can't just mandate you can do it, and that's what they often do. They have policy, but they don't have funding for that policy. So they probably don't have money to help like that.
I'm looking at Ghanaian after Ghanaian after Ghanaian with badges walking in. And so I was talking to my buddies because we were all talking about it yesterday after it happened because we were like, what the hell? I said to him, I was like, now it's dawning on me based off the behavior. Like I said, I've never been into this. Is my first time ever trying to enter an embassy. But an embassy in a foreign country is essentially there to assist their constituents, their people, so to speak. So I'm saying to myself, as I'm watching Ghanaian after Ghanaian with badges going in and the behavior that I'm experiencing, I was like, how much you want to bet that none of the employees are actual Americans? I'm willing to bet some money on it. The little money that I have left, I'm willing to bet that money on it. That very few of the employees there are American because we have a certain standard of customer service or just even just relating to someone over the phone. That's not acceptable behavior from us in our country. So especially when you're talking about assistance. So I was like, okay, so you guys use, so tell me what you do then. So she's talking about visa, they help with visas, expired visas or expired passports, things of that nature. So I told her, I said, so you're telling me that you are in a foreign country supposed to be serving American citizens and you have.
Yeah, they're going to help you with paperwork. Yeah, they're going to help you with that. And they do have money to get you home, emergency evacuation. They do have money for that, but you got to pay them back. That's it.
Absolutely no resources to help your quote unquote your people.
Nope.
And she just kept telling me how I was on my own, and I was like, wow. So this is the part of the setup. You guys are either, like I said, no Americans. It's not the Americans embassy. It's an embassy in Ghana, and they just attached the U.S. name to it. That's not the U.S. embassy. God damn it. I'm sorry. I ain't never been in no embassy, so fair warning. But I'm willing to bet that's not the U.S. embassy because you can't tell me you're going to go to a country, slap your name on it, Kenya Embassy, and you go there, your people don't speak Swahili or Kikuyu or whatever language and nobody speaks the language and nobody talks to you. You got to stand outside, sit outside, and you got to tell them what you want, what you need, and so I've deduced that this is a fake embassy.
She said it was a fake embassy. She said it was a fake embassy because she can't believe they would treat her like that. Hey, Smitty's Corner, how you doing? Tell Tika I said hello. So, yeah, that was really sad because again, I can tell in her voice, I can hear the desperation. I can hear my back is against the wall. I can hear I don't have no one else to turn to. I can hear I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. You can hear all of that in her voice, all of it. But she has no rescue. Dinus could do so much better if he would change his attitude about the Black Americans that he hates. What Black Americans that he hates? But it's third world developing countries. Inez says, Monique, people know that I am not from here without, they sure do, honey. They can look at you. They can look at you and tell you are not from here. They told me they could tell by the way I walk. I was not from there. When I went to Cameroon, they said we can tell by the way you walk you are not from Cameroon. That hot girl trip didn't work out for the passport granny. No, it didn't. It didn't work out so well. They better stop them hot girl trips. Hot girl summer is over, okay? That's over. It's time for grandma now. It's time for granny summers. Keep your clothes on. Keep your undergarments on. Production says, I know we have criminals in Africa, but she is talking about Black American scam. Exactly. That's the big setup. That's the big setup, y'all. That we're doing this to each other. We're making you think. I told y'all when I went to Gambia, that was my mother had passed away. I was my mother's caretaker, right? So I was devastated when she passed away. I wasn't thinking normal. I was not in my right mind. So I'm in Gambia and they're telling me to relocate. They know my mom passed away. I told them. I told one person, well, she decided to tell everybody because they looked for a vulnerability. That's what I noticed. They looked for somebody who's vulnerable, somebody who's hurting, somebody who's in pain. I was hurting, I was vulnerable, and I was in pain. So I was that person. So they're whispering in my ear, all you need is $3,000 and you can come to the Gambia. You can buy land, you can buy you a house, you can do all of that. And I'm thinking, what? You can do all that with $3,000? So this is what I'm thinking in my head. But see, why would you feed a person that dream, that lie, and you know that person's in pain and that person's not thinking in their right mind? Because you know why? Because you want to get them over there. You want to get them in the setup. You want to get them to bring whatever money they have over there so you can have access to it because they're going to charge you consultation fees. They're going to charge you transportation fees, taking you around looking for a house. They're going to charge you for that. They're going to charge you for whatever else you need. And then they know it's not going to work out in the end for you. So they're going to sit back and watch and listen to you and say, oh, woe's me. They're going to listen. And then when you get ready to leave, they're going to say, oh, too bad it didn't work out for you. Do you mind if I have your car or your truck? Do you mind if I have that furniture that you're not taking with you? Because that's all part of the scam to come up off of you. Because very few people stay. Very few people stay. Very few people stay. Very few people end up staying. Inez Finley, finally, stop telling people that you are an American because you put a target on your back. Yeah, she can tell. They can tell. You don't have to tell them nothing, honey. They can look at you and tell. It seemed like sometimes in Africa, and you know what else they told me? They said our clothes are different. That's another thing they can tell because our clothes, those clothes are European clothes. They don't get import American clothes like that unless they're used secondhand clothes. But they can tell instantly by our clothes that we're not that we're Americans. It seems like sometimes in Africa, that some people are like lions and BAs are the prey. Yeah, the Black Americans mainly. The woman I loaned the money to, sis, she's a Gambian. Okay, y'all. I'm Gambian. Lord, forgive me. This lady is a Ghanaian lady. So the lady she loaned the money to, y'all, was a Ghanaian lady. Okay, remember the lady, the $5,000? Ooh, that was dirty then. That was treachery. So that was a Ghanaian lady who she loaned the money to. Uh, Mr. Axe, the answer to your question is there are none, Monique says. Hey, True Serum, how you been? True Serum says the Americans who go over there who are on YouTube are almost always lunatics, knaves, and scammers. Again, I am being specific, the YouTubers. With all due respect, he says, with all due respect, True Serum says, it shouldn't matter who the person is or is not. Should not be funny to be taken advantage of. Some of the comments are disrespect. Oh, where? Where? I must have missed them. Oh, that's not True Serum. That's Miss Inez. Let me go back and see what she said. What y'all on here saying? Miss Inez, what are they on here saying? Let me see. Uh, so she said it shouldn't matter who the person is or who the person isn't. You should not, it should not be funny to be taken advantage of some of the comments are disrespectful, period. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I will ask again, what country in Africa is most friendly, accommodating, and welcome to Black Americans? I'm sorry, you did ask that about 3 times. Um, all I know is the countries. I really studied the West African countries. And what I can tell you from the West African countries, I'm not going to say they're not welcoming. I'm just going to say if you are a single female, I would not recommend that you solo travel to West Africa at all. I would recommend if you are a female and you want to discover West Africa, I would recommend that you go with Prince Dynasty Samir and his tours. Dafu tours, I believe that's what they call. And they even go to Tanzania if you want to go there. That's a safe way for you to travel. You're going to have fun. You're going to experience the culture and you're going to learn something new. You don't have to worry about your safety, but right now we can't travel like that over there. The story that happened to you about the arguments happened to me, so I understand what you're saying, Monique says. So stop blaming Africa for the dumb BS that Black Americans are doing. Oh, dang, I should have paid closer attention, Bossa Nova says. Those Black Americans that did her like that will, yeah, they will reap what they sow. Exactly. They sure will because it's like they geeked her up to come over there. And then when she got over there, they was like, oh, well, this is what we do. And she still don't have sense enough to just go home. No, I don't think it's that. It's like, what do you do with your things? See, that's what I asked too. And that's what we all kept asking. Because this lady has been through a lot, y'all. We know she's been through a lot because we follow cases like this. And most of even the unalived women have not been through all that she has been through. Okay. So this is very, very concerning to us. And that's why we are like, just get out because we know what can happen if you stay. And I asked her, why should she leave? And it's like she said, and it's like I suspected. It's because she sent her things there. It's your whole life is there. So it's like you're in a situation now. Do I walk away from my whole life and come back to America and start over again? Do I walk away from all the money I lost and come back to America and start all over again? Or do I stay here and fight for my things? Do I stay here and fight for my money? Do I stay here and fight for my belongings? Do I stay here and fight for what belongs to me? You know, that's the situation she's in. And how do you know that's a hard situation? Basically, your back is up against the wall. I thought they were Ghanaians that didn't that you write places in space, and it was. And like you always say, repats just love when someone new comes over so they can use them. It is, and it's true. It was. She was Ghanaian. I'm sorry, y'all. Yeah, it is true. Honestly, she should have not been so naive and watched her money. Well, she thought, Miss Tammy, she could trust these people because these people were like friends. And they were like friends of the 30-year-old friend. So these weren't, people she these were people she thought she could trust. Wish she had loaned money in the US like that. And what I learned is don't touch your savings for anyone. Exactly. Thanks, sis. And they all do it. I don't care where they are, whether Ghana or Gambia, they're liars. Mr. Axe says, whether either way, whoever is taking the money is still like fools. Axe says, y'all Black Americans gonna end up looking on the street and hawking peanut. I'm sure some of them are already doing it to survive. I loan a friend of mine money in the States and she stops talking to me. What? What? I'm from West Africa and I don't even loan money to my relatives. Oh, and then you said you learned to loan the friends some money and they quit talking to you. I'd be doggone. Okay, so we got all that. Now where we at? I kept my mouth shut. I didn't say nothing. What y'all talking about? Let me go back up here. The trick is the 21 game. Okay. Kiki, okay, be my email. We got that. Inez Finley, though, don't tell them. Okay. All right, then I put my email. Fighting in America is because something, so we talked about that. Okay, we got that. Kiki, okay, we talked about that. People get corrupt when, okay, we talked about that. So I think we might be caught up. 10-month delay tells you something that's very wrong. Okay, we looked at that one. Uh, is it not that people give up the same protecting systems aren't in place, or they are corrupt and every little step coats more, all the while you get an ulcer? Yes. It's just stressful. That's what they're saying, and I understand. But you got to remember her position. Do you walk away from everything? Everything. Your bed, your dressers, your clothes. Well, you can take some of your clothes. You can't take everything. Because remember, her stuff was shipped in a container. So she has to leave most of her things there. Africans are learning from the colonizers who want to grab all the Africa's land. Okay. I say Africans don't fight. I say Africans don't fight as ignorant. All countries in Africa, yeah, they do. They fought for all their rights. Yeah, they do. They'll tear it up. It may take them a little time to get madder than we do, but they will tear it up. I think she means AA is not fighting well in Ghana. She was. That's what she was talking about. She was talking about them. You're welcome. Damn, how is she even strong enough to tell this history? I can't tell in her voice. I can tell in her voice she is hurting. I know. That's what I said when I was watching her. I was like, oh my gosh, she's hurting, and she got to be strong, because when it's like when strong is all you got to be, you can't be nothing else but strong. That's what it's like. It's like when I don't have, what else can I be? I don't have no other recourse. I don't have no help. There's no cavalry coming for me. I need help, but there's no help. Um, how many court calls does she have? Oh, I don't know how many court calls does she have. Or you mean how many, or how many? Oh, how many court cases does she have? Did she say 6? I can't remember. I thought it was 6, but maybe we can ask her next week. I believe it was 6. He is a fair weather friend for sure. Yeah, he is, and he left her hanging and going through all this. Inez is telling the full truth. She have had a book of court cases, and see, that's what we're saying. When it starts getting like that, it's time to go. It's time to go, because you. It's just time to go. Like, I don't want to deal with the court in the United States. I don't want to deal with the court in the United States in Africa. If I get to, because I know how it work over there. I used to work for them. I know how it goes down. So if I get to the point where these people have taken my money and I got to go to first court case, I'm out. If I feel like I have to sue and do all of that, I'm out. I'm out. I'm not doing that, because I'm not flying back and forth to Gambia. I'm not flying back and forth to Ghana. I'm not spending all my money in a court system. Do you know how expensive the court system is? All your money tied up in that. I would just cut my losses and go home. This so-called diaspora disorganizations don't help either with anything. We didn't think so. We could tell by the name it was too long that they didn't do nothing. It could take her 10 years to have a judgment. You're right. And then even after judgment, you got to make them pay. Remember, the other dude still didn't pay after the judgment, and she had to go get the car. Remember? So even because I believe Miss Inez is 100% right. I believe her. But like you said, even it go through the court system, it could take 10 years for all of that to get done, or longer. And still don't know if she will win or lose, right? She's fighting a losing battle, waiting on a lawsuit that may never end. Ghana is not the U.S. No, USA. Take the ricket from the, oh, she tried to say ticket. Take the ticket from the embassy and head back to Oakland. Start over. Too many women are not making it out. And Tammy is telling the truth. Too many of us are not making it out. If you don't believe me, look through my channel. Look through my channel. If you don't believe me, too many of us are not making it out of there. Everything, Miss Inez, you brought there can be replaced. Everything. Everything can be replaced. But guess what? But you cannot be replaced. You cannot. You are a strong, smart woman. You can come here and start over. I know it ain't fair. I know it ain't right. But you can do it. You can do it. And you can regroup and come out brand new. And know what you know now? You know not to trust nobody. Not and especially a Black American. Especially one. Because like you said, they are the setup. That is the setup. You think it's the Ghanaian people. No, it's your own people are the setup. Money. Tammy says money can be replaced, not your peace and not yourself. And that's what I just said. Not your peace and not your peace of mind. Yeah, you can stay over there and fight, and I believe it. And everybody knows you'll fight to the end. But what is the point? Be the difference is you have to be a warrior and not a fighter. You said you were a warrior. You had a warrior spirit. But warriors are strategic. They sit back and they strategize. They don't fight in every fight because every fight ain't worth us fighting. Every fight is not worth the fight. Every battle is not worth jumping in. So you got a warrior will sit back and they will strategize and they will see, is it worth it or is it not? And some things are just not worth it. Especially if it comes against your peace of mind, if it comes against your sanity, if it comes against your essence, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Tammy, yes, unfortunately, I agree. There is no shame in admitting that it didn't work out. She's still young and can bounce back. And see, that's why she got all this fight in her because she's 45. And she's like, okay, but no, save that energy. Save it. Save that energy. You're only 45. Like they said, 45 if you count age. You know, some people would consider that old over the hill or whatever. But 45, that's young. That's very young. Still have plenty of time to do whatever you want to do. And look how much you've gained knowledge that you can say you can go to wherever you want to go to when you get back to the United States and when you're in your job interview, when you're just getting a job to make you some money to get on your feet, you can tell them about your experience and how you lived in Ghana for 3 years and how that experience helped you to grow and develop you. That experience is nothing but a plus for you. Nothing but a plus for you. Kiki, I agree. I don't think no, she's not. She's just in a bad situation. She's just in a really bad situation. And I know some people like to donate, so if you're the type of person who like to donate and help people, I think it would be this person is not a scammer person. They're not somebody who's going to take advantage of you and, be like Black Acres and all those other people that I talked about. That's why I want you guys to know the difference when somebody really need our help and when somebody's trying to take advantage of us because we've been taken advantage of for so long. Uh, Axe says he had a similar incident, really experienced at the American Embassy in Nairobi. I had to replace a stolen passport, but they were not. They were more pleasant. Oh, good. You always need an appointment. That's what I thought at TNK at the embassy. They will loan you a ticket, but you have to pay them back. Yeah, Art Kathy is telling folks you can live. Places keep on saying this. Oh my God. Y'all know how many times she just said our Kathy is telling people they can live in Ghana for $500. Because she knows she lying. She like, here this woman go again, lie. But look, where she is, you probably can. Because you know she's in, I think she's in, is she in Tamale? I don't know. She's in the village, so you probably can live in the village for $500. You can live well for $500 in the village. Uh, huts for 49 for $49 a month. Are y'all serious? Oh my God, I have kept my mouth shut. I don't say nothing. Okay, let's go back to this. We have all made mistakes. Please, Inez, Miss Inez, God will take care of you. He sure will. You are a priority, not the material things. You got it. Yes, He will. He will. He's going to look out for you. He's going to look out. He's going to have your back. You went over there with good intentions. You didn't go over there like these other people. You went over there with good intentions. Those people you were dealing with, unfortunately, didn't have good intentions for you. And that's how you got in this situation that you're in. Hey, Great Lakes. My heart goes out to her too. It's not a fake embassy, Tanya says. Uh, as hard as it may be to believe, it's not unusual for natives of a country to work at the U.S. Embassy. They're a manager or a counselor general, and other higher levels should be. I guess that says Americans. I can't see the rest. At least the woman are speaking about. At least the women are speaking out this about this now. The men are quiet and embarrassed. Yeah, they need to be. Take your stuff. Says, Sino says, take your stuff and bless the protest and bless the. Oh, that would be nice. She said, take your stuff and bless the poorest family you find and give them your stuff. That is something I would do. Yep, yep, she's right. To the poorest family you can find that has nothing. Yep. And you probably got enough you could bless different families and know that when you're giving it to them, guess what? You know God's going to give it back to you. He's going to give it back to you because you gave it to somebody who really needed it, who had nothing. And that you gave it to them at a time when you had nothing. You knew you had nothing and you took your nothing and you gave it to somebody else. Yeah, he going to bless you for that. That's how it goes. U.S. citizens, these pleasant workers have simply gone rogue and are acting as gatekeepers. As U.S. embassy is in any country, is the country itself. This is true for all embassies, and you had a right to enter that building. Friends, family, and money don't go together anywhere. But you know what? You should have complained about them too. You should have wrote your congressperson, Miss Inez, and complained about that experience at the embassy. We want you. We want to see. Yeah, we want to see you make 46. They can harm you without you, girl. That's what y'all don't know. That's what I'm telling y'all. They play games that ain't fair games. They can harm you without you even knowing it. We've talked about it on this channel. Exactly, places and places, and Black Americans are none the wiser. Odd hardworking diva says no one plans to lose their home to a fire or natural disaster. People lose everything and have to move. Stuff is just stuff. Yep, it is. Stuff is just stuff. You and your family in a $49 hut is hilarious. Yeah, she talking about Art Kathy. Y'all, she talking about her Art Kathy, not Miss Inez. How much does it cost to ship it? It's thousands. I don't hold furniture dear to my heart. Yes, pack light wherever I can care and move on. Because see, that's what things do. What the it was I was studying Buddhism in school, and there Buddha had this philosophy that when you hold on to material things, that's what keep you bound. Like that's what keep you stressed. That's what keep you distressed. Your desire for material things. And if you let all that go and live like a minimalist, live with what you just need, then you'll be okay. You'll find peace. But these things are what makes you uneasy and not find peace. Like Miss Inez can just leave, pack my suitcase, go get this ticket from the embassy. I can pay them back in no time. That ain't nothing. Pay them back their money, get my passport freed up, and I'm back traveling again. Get my money stacked up. I'm gonna start all over again. Get me a new place, start all over again. If I gotta sleep on the floor on a pallet, that's my place. That's my floor. And that's my pallet. And I can sleep in peace. And I can start all over again. Yes. T and K, you are so right. I escaped Hurricane Katrina with only the clothes on my back. You can start over. It's just stuff. Wow, Edra. I can't believe you lived through that. That was a nightmare. I was scared for y'all. I was up all night. I didn't sleep at all during that hurricane. Uh, Edra, exactly. It's heartbreaking to lose things, but you have to let it go. You do. You have to let it go because that's the only thing that's holding her there, y'all. And then also, guess what else she did while she was there and it didn't work out? She bought some land. Yes. Miss Inez bought land in 2000. Well, there was a village called Ashobu Pan African Village, right? And in the Ashobu village, it was a village for um, it was for African Americans. It was for us. It was supposed to be a village just for us. So she bought land in this village. But guess what? She didn't get the land because guess what? You know the paperwork you need to get the land with? They didn't give her all the paperwork to get the land. So that money she spent for the Ashobi land deal, let her tell you.
Months after to show that you have purchased the land wherever has taken place. So the Pan African Asabu Village. Um, so what I'm holding in my hands, let's start there, is what an indenture looks like. I'll kind of open that up so you can even see that this says this indenture. Ah, of course it's backwards. Hopefully it'll show, but whatever. This is an indenture, and it usually comes in a green sleeve like this. And the reason this document is important is because this is what you're given typically months after because they're slow. But you'll be given this document months after to show that you have purchased the land, wherever that land is. Um, one of the things that was not told to me was that one, and if you probably look at it, it still hasn't been signed. I had never signed it because they never told me to. And but whatever. Long story short, I attempted. So I bought land in Pan African Village in Asabu. So you have to remember where the camera where the lens is at. Hey, Kelly. Um, I have land in Asabu and I bought plots. So initially, the first time I bought the plots was in 2019, and this was before the leasehold issues. Or if you're familiar, um, Ghana no longer allows people to purchase land outright, especially foreigners. There's been some back and forth about who gets to purchase land outright, etc. But right now, everything is what they call a leasehold. And unfortunately, these leaseholds, like this one, says 55 years, commencing on whatever date. So the assignee, you have 55 years after purchase. This one says 55 years. And I believe they can go all the way up to 99 years. Um, I personally, because of all of the things that have happened, I didn't trust, and I still don't trust um, this concept of a leasehold because technically, when you purchased your land, you purchased it outright. You shouldn't even have to go back and deal with the leasehold, whatever, because you have to know in your gut somewhere along the lines, you have to know that somebody's, especially because we're in a place where they love money. somebody is going to come back and say that you need to pay them again for the land that you've already purchased. But whatever. So this is what your indenture is going to look like. This is my receipt. You probably can see it through the screen, but this is the receipt that I had purchased my land. So I kept the receipt for that as well. Um, the reason I'm bringing this up is because so many people don't understand that when you purchase land, there are processes, and there's still processes I'm learning. So this is a continuing of my journey. But like I said, I didn't even sign the portion of the document back there. But that's also because I was trying to sell the land back to them. So after all of the drama that's going back and forth with the landowners, supposedly the person that originally did this deal died, and posthumously people came around and tried to undo the deal, etc. I don't know, because it's so much riffraff. I don't want to be a part of it. Tried to sell the land back to them. They had the indentures. So I fussed about the lady having, so they had these indentures. Long story short, lady held on. So this is the only copy she gave me back. She had two. I had two. They originally gave me two. So fade out, fade in. When I went down to the land commission to finally try and register my land, which is something you have to do. Um, this copy, like I said, is on a manila manila paper, which is a bit thicker than your typical paper. So if you get some that's on your typical, your like, if you're familiar with like FedEx Kinko's, if it's just like a regular black and white copy, you don't have a certified copy. And so the reason I brought this up too, probably can't see, but that's a purple. Now that one's blue. Excuse me, it's down here. But the purple, the registrar. So what's important is because when you get these, they need to be stamped by the appropriate people. This one is stamped by the High Court registrar. It needs to be stamped by them, because otherwise you're getting fraudulent documents. So I've seen once or twice there was a bit of an embossment on one. But like I said, you got your stamps. Again, showing you some of the stamps, even your red, but then your red stamp, your red stamp along with your purple stamps from the appropriate individuals. Again, check your documents thoroughly, because you don't want to have the problems of the land not being yours, or if the documents were incomplete. There's no notary. I mean, there are notaries here, but it's not, in the US, you have to have it notarized before you submit it, etc. None of that here. So one of the biggest challenges, also throwing that in there, is that the land, it's not online. Like if I'm from Oakland, so you can go on the Alameda County Clerk Recorder's website and literally pull up information about land like that. You're not getting that here, unfortunately. So like for this one, I mentioned you guys, I did a land search because I want to find out who owns my land, if they registered my land, what's going on. Because like I said, the lady that is now the overseer, if you will, of this project, she refuses to give me the rest of my copies. So when you go down to the land commission, you need 4 copies of these. These are considered certified copies. You can't, like I said, you can't go to take the media centers or whatever and make a copy. You have to have 4 certified copies like this. And in the document, mine, I have what they call I'll try to keep this short. I'm so sorry, you guys. These videos be long as I'll get out. What they have is called a site plan. And I mentioned that in my little video about allocations and things like that. The reason this is important is because so when you have a cadastral survey, you're going to need to get a cadastral survey done. So when you get a cadastral survey done, they're going to ask you if you have an allocation map, which is great because then you have a different price. Your price is lower, it's cheaper. Whereas if you don't have a site allocation plan, then it's a little bit higher, but it's not that much. The point is it's cheaper. The issues with the cadastral survey is, like I said, you need to have 4 copies before you can even register it. And then when you go down to the land commission, they're going to tell you need to get a cadastral survey. And that cadastral survey, unfortunately, when you go by yourself, American accents and all, you're going to be charged a separate price, unfortunately, which sort of this idea of you bringing other people along, et cetera, you have to know that we're in a place where a lot of things are considered negotiable. And unfortunately, when you bring people aboard, those folks can also be liabilities because you're negotiating a fair, most things are not online here. So that in itself is a that don't, it's about 190 something, give or take. That's what I saw on the website. So when they start quoting you 2,000 CDs per plot, that's a Bruni price. Um, but fade out, fade in. The land in question, you guys going to purchase land there. Oh, I don't know how I missed the price. Initially, when they started out with these, the land was 70, excuse me, 70 by 8. Yeah, I think it was like 70 by 80 or something like that. So 70 feet, or it might even be meters. Don't quote me. 70 or 80 by, or 70 by 80 or 70 by 100. But the price at the time initially was $700. That price went up to, I believe, $1,000 because that's what I paid for these. These are 2 plots, and they're, let me, before I lie and tell you, so my plots are 80 by 100, and so now I believe the plots are going for about 1,200. I'm back. Sorry, I got interrupted by a call, and that threw my whole thing off. And now I'm literally like, I remember, um, and that is, for reference, that 1,000 is considered high. So if you, a little backstory, when they were selling this concept of people to return home to Africa, to return to Ghana, the land was supposed to be for free, but the 700 was supposed to go towards administration fees or costs, whatever you want to call it. Mhm.
Yeah, but it's more than that. I think it was like 1,000 to $1,200. So what happened with that? Her land deal. This lady, the person she purchased the land from. Okay, well, when she said when she was buying the land, it was freehold. Okay, but then they changed it after 2019 and said all land was leasehold. So she decided she doesn't want the land because she doesn't want to lease land for to ever, however long they till they get tired, and then they decide they want to take the land back. So she was trying to sell the land back to the person she bought it from. He agreed to, I guess, take the land back, but unfortunately that person passes away, and in the meantime, she is stuck with this land. Okay, she is stuck with this land, but portions of the documents are not signed. So she's trying to sell the land back, but she can't prove that she has. She's the on. Wait a minute, let me read this correctly. She doesn't have all the copies she needs to register the land. Okay, the documents must be stamped by the official office, and some, like I said, some of the documents are not signed, and some of the documents aren't stamped. She was supposed to have a total of four. Uh, I think that's what those deeds that she had, those papers. She was supposed to have four of those, and she only had two. Okay, so that's what happened with her in the land deal. So that was the issue she had with the land. Sorry to hear that. I have okay. So that's what happened with her in the land. She decided she didn't want to buy it. The man said she could sell it back, and then the lady says that, well, you haven't even bought it. How can you sell it back when you haven't even bought the land? You haven't even purchased the land because you don't have the documents proving that you even own the land. So basically, this lady is saying you don't even own the land to sell the land back. So Mr. Axe is saying, damn, this lady has one sad story after the other. Is she suing to get her land as well? Any land for sale under a name like Pan African Land is dead, is a dead giveaway of a scam. Run away. I don't know if she's suing to get the land back. I don't know. When she comes on the show, we can ask her. Art Kathy is in Ghana. Yes. Yes. How much money did she lose altogether? I'm writing these down so we can ask her. She said, how much did she lose? I don't know. How much? It seems like a lot. How much did she lose altogether? And is she suing for the land? Suing for land. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not her development. She said, is that Alita Israel's development? No, it's not. I don't think it is. I don't know. Y'all ask, y'all answer. I don't think so. She didn't mention her. And it seemed like I've seen hers because I had looked into her and hers didn't. That's why I don't talk about land scamming on here because that's just so complex, and I just don't think people should be buying land in Africa in the first place. So I can't really talk about it when I don't even believe you should be doing it. So when I did look into Alita a little bit, it just seemed more of the same thing. We gave her money, we didn't see the land. We thought but why would you be giving this lady money and you haven't seen the land and you ain't even been to Africa and it's more of the same, and I'm just like, I'm not talking about that. If those people wanted to invest in her, then that's their fault. Take her to court. As a, I don't know what that is. What is that? Are, what is that? Sapiosexual. What is a sapiosexual? I could never date a woman like this. This is not a dating show, sir. What are you talking about? All right, let's get back to the point at hand now. So, we talked about the property issues. Now, this is my analysis. All right, from everything that we went over tonight. I had to just sit down and analyze everything, and this is what I wrote down. What I noticed is that we need to build supportive networks. Building supportive networks remains to be a key issue for the repat on their journey to Africa. For some reason, repats who say they will support you change their mind when you arrive. Being on ground changes the dynamic of the relationship for some reason. I would have to look further into that aspect of the story to understand what is going on when the repat lands on ground that changes the way the American repat views them. I don't know enough about that relationship really to comment on it. That's what I'm saying there. Another interesting component of the story is how the people in Ghana judge you on the company you keep. This seems to be consistent throughout West Africa. How you start is how you finish. You start with good people, you will end with good people. You start with bad people, you will end with bad people. Remember when she said nobody would tell her what was going on around her? Nobody would tell her that these people were scammers. Nobody would say anything. That's just the stuff they do. Because when you're around this type of people, they keep secrets like this. But when you're around good people, they don't do that type of stuff. All right. So then I have repats must establish a repat community network similar to those that existed during the Underground Railroad. These networks must be full of people from varying parts of the diaspora, Black Americans, Black British, and Caribbean communities. These people must possess various professional skills. These skills will be used to ensure that the repat community will have a safe visit and a transition to repatriation if they should choose so. So that's how I suggested I analyzed what was going on with these networks, because that seems to be a big problem no matter where we go, that these networks are not built, these strong community networks, and what happens, the person gets in a bad, usually the single woman who is the most vulnerable person in the population, she gets in a bad situation and there's no recourse for her. There's nothing left for her to do but to turn to YouTube and beg. And I'm not saying that's what Inez is doing. I'm just saying that that seems to be the only recourse that these people have, is to go on YouTube and ask for money. The second thing that I noticed, that there's rental property issues. My analysis of that is that the repat community network needs to establish a list and vetted landlords whose properties and customer service standards are in line with what the repats receive in their respective countries. Because if you don't have this, you're going to keep running into this same rental problem. And that's why you see the same rental problems in Gambia that you see in Ghana, because there is no one vetting these landlords. There's no one vetting these property management people. We're just going out there willy-nilly signing these lease agreements with people we don't even know or know anything about how they maintain properties. So if they want this movement to work, if you want to repatriate or visit to Africa, and we don't have to keep this go these same stories, hearing these same stories over and over again, this is something that I see professionally that we're going to have to put in place. And if we don't put this in place, this is going to continue to happen to our people over and over and over again. Okay. Now, buying land. Buying land continues to be a big problem in the repat community. For those who wish to engage in land ownership in West Africa, again, there needs to be a community network that will assist the repat or the visitor in navigating the waters of leasing land in West Africa. It is my belief that no outsider can ever own land in West Africa because it is all communal land, which means it belongs to the community, which is not us, which is them. The repats do not have the assistance that they need for this social network in place right now. We will continue to hear stories like the ones we've been hearing. So if the repats don't get this social network in place, if this social network just does not develop out of necessity, if people don't just come together and say, we're going to form this social network, what you see happening in Gambia with these single women and what you see happening in Ghana with these single women will continue to happen. What you see happen to Miss Danita in Nigeria will continue to happen. It will continue to happen. What you see happen to the Salter sisters in Ghana will continue to happen. Until we get these communities, these checks and balances in place. So, another big problem is people are going to Africa and they're having difficulty sustaining their lifestyles because there is a myth going around that it is cheap to live in West Africa. However, the facts state otherwise. The repat stories also tell us otherwise. The facts and the repat stories tell us that it's extremely expensive to live in West Africa. And no matter how much money you take to Africa, it will never be enough. Therefore, there needs to be some type of emergency funding assistance program. Now, this funding assistance program, it would not duplicate the services that the embassy offers, okay? What this program would have to be, it will be used to assist the repats or the visitors if they need emergency financial assistance. This will be for legal issues, rental units, or like if they have a problem paying their rent, or utility units, or even for food. They could apply with this rental, with this repat center who has this emergency funding that could help these people out. This is just what I suggest for my professional opinion. Like if I was doing this for somebody for real, a company wanted me to do this, these would be my serious suggestions. That if this is what you want to stop this from happening to you, then you people need to do something more than just sit back watching this happen. So in conclusion, I believe if the above recommendations are not taken seriously and enforced in our community, the repat and the visitors we see, and those problems that we see, they will still struggle to have a successful transition or repatriation to West Africa. It's not until we put those safeguards in place that you will see the transition of us repatriating successfully. Now, that's what I got from all of that. Okay? That's what I came up with. That long as we're on our own trying to do this, we're going to run into all kind of problems. We're going to continue to run into the problems that we've been running into. Okay? Because there's no checks and balances and we're just running around doing things willy-nilly. So, that's what I came up with from Miss Inez's story. Now we're about to get off here. I'm gonna get these last little comments, and then we're gonna get off here. And don't forget, next Saturday, Miss Inez is gonna come over here. She's gonna come on 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I forgot what time. I think it's 9 her time. She's gonna come on and she's gonna answer our questions for us. All right. It is best to only invest money in a business or a foreign country with the help of a reputable attorney, especially when they can't even help their light keep their lights on for 24 straight hours. But that's the problem, finding a reputable attorney. See, that's the problem. You'd have to find an attorney from here who does international law over there. You know how expensive that would be? And a lawyer over there, how do you guarantee that they're not playing these games with you? These money games. Edra says yes. Respectfully, she seems way too gullible. After the first scam and people not paying her back, she should have closed her purse. Not saying that she was wrong, right? Not saying that she was wrong, but you have to protect yourself better than this. Place in Spaces says it's true, there needs to be support systems, but who wants to get involved with people like the ones we've looked at, including excluding Inez. So Inez, she's not talking about you. You don't know the ones we're talking about. You were the only decent one. You've been the only decent one that we said needed some help. Okay. So no, honey, we ain't talking about you. But yes, that's the thing about it. You have to get involved with the riffraff. But you don't have the riffraff. It's an application. This community can pick and choose who they want to help. See, that's the thing. Now there's no help. The community picks and chooses who they want to help. They have, of course, they'd have to have some type of policy, some type of procedures. But people like the passport traveler, no, nobody's helping her. Why would somebody help her? Nobody's helping the grannies who go over there and hook up with the little young dude. Nobody who wants to help them. Go to the embassy, get what you need, and go back home because your intentions weren't right. It's the people who go over there, like Miss Inez, who need help. Like all those people who left the Gambia that we know nothing about, who had to leave everything because they didn't have any help, because they went over there thinking Black Acres of the Gambia was going to help them. Was going to be a support system to them, and it was not. Veronica thought she had a sisterhood, and she had nothing. She had nothing. Veronica doesn't even have the opportunity now to leave there with her life. Veronica can't leave at all now. They've buried her there. They've buried her there. Danita can't leave at all now. She can't leave Nigeria at all now. They've buried her there. Danita was only 33 years old. 33 or 35 years old. 33 or 35 years old. This is serious, people. We're talking about people's lives. We're talking about people's lives. And if we want to do this, if these repats and people, because I know I like visiting Africa, there has to be some type of checks and balances. There has to be some type of community, or you're going to run into the same problem. I prayed for discriminant as a child. Discernment as a child. I still make mistakes, but focusing on the trade help discernment. I'm sorry, I thought that's it. Something else. Okay. Uh, she's been scorned. She's been scammed. Hope everything works out for her. She gets out of there alive. She seems like a good person, but she's out there alone fighting for rights that that they don't even care about. And she's so right. They don't even care about this. So that's all I have for y'all. Again, if you want to donate to Miss Inez, please donate. Please do whatever you can to donate to her cause. She will be back on here next week, and she's going to answer the questions that we couldn't figure out and that we couldn't answer. Okay. So she's going to come back on here next week, and she's going to answer the questions that we have for her. All right. And I'll leave the link to her channel in my description on my community page, so you guys can go on there. And if you want, because she can't do GoFundMe because she's in Africa. Okay, because she's getting, and they don't do anything with Africa. so she can do the that whatever that thing was. Okay, so I'm gonna link that in there. Okay, and then we can ask her, the legal fees, how much she's lost. We can ask her whatever when she comes on the show. All right, thank y'all so much. Oh God, there's a whole bunch more. I'm sorry, I thought we was done. Please advise that unfortunate lady to accept her losses and to return. That's what we're trying to do, Deborah. Yes, no one wants to be bothered with that type of people we've seen on the YouTube repack. No, we don't want to be bothered with them. And we don't have to be bothered with them. Just like we're not bothered with them now. In order to be able to sustain oneself financially in any African country, one must establish a sustainable yes. Inez is indeed the only decent one I've seen so far. She is. Kiki, what do you think about Kenza, baby? She's may be a passport granny, not sure. Honey, you know Kenza, baby, is a passport granny. Kenza should be ashamed of herself. Okay, she one of the ones we talking about when we get to the passport grannies. Okay, and they even got honey, they even advise you on the YouTube channel how you can get you get you one of them too. I don't want one of them. Believe it or not, everybody don't want one of them. And that her situation is a really bad one because I'm like, you can't look at this and see what this is. But then when he get everything he want, and then he's up and gone, then you're gonna come on YouTube and you're gonna say all the Ghanaian men are no good because this grandson scammed me. No, it wasn't a scam. It was like they said, and they had the nerve to say they getting what they want from them. Oh yeah, I can't wait till we get on them. They getting what they want from them. What y'all want? They said they getting land. Them boys ain't got no land. Them young men don't have any land. You're buying them land because you better believe their name is on that land. Because if it's not, well, they said in Ghana it's a leasehold. So either way, it's a leasehold. So you're gonna buy some leasehold land for him for 55 years, and you're 55 now, and you think he's gonna live on that? You're gonna live on that land? Oh, come on, ladies, please, y'all embarrassing all of us. Oh, we getting to them. Don't worry, y'all. We getting to them. They are embarrassing. They're the ones that's got people thinking that the decent women are ladies of the evenings because they can't tell us apart. They don't know the difference. They think we all the same. This is sad. Inez has set up her own people. Inez was set up by her own people. Always remember that. Yeah, y'all. That's how it goes down. Her own people. But that's the setup. That's the setup. Your own people always set you up. Because they don't know, the stranger don't know nothing about you. Her friends knew she was coming there with money. They knew she was coming there with a nice sum of money. They knew how long she had saved this money. She had been planning this for a long time. A long time. I just ran across her a few minutes ago. She looks so much older. That poor baby she's with. I told you she looks so much older than that poor baby. Don't she? I had to keep looking. I thought he was the driver. And then I went down their channels, go down through their channels and look at the people they're subscribed to. Start with the passport traveler, go down to her channel, look who she's subscribed to. You're going to see one on there. And then click on that one. And then scroll down to her, see who she's subscribed to. And they're going to continue lead you to the other ones. And that's when I was like, oh, so this is what they do in Ghana. And they justify this madness. Like Miss Inez said, we got to pay for what the ones that went ahead of us have done. They've messed up our reputation over there bad. Really bad. Really bad. Have a business plan. And yeah, that's right. Kiki loves Nigeria. Don't get involved in land. Now, I don't do no land scam now. That's complicated, and it's not. No, it's not my calling. The Most High sent you to warn about exactly what what you supply us with via your because he. I know that ain't me. He tell him that ain't your job. That's not your assignment. This is your assignment. Yeah, because we need to We are losing our lives over this. This is not a laughing matter. Look through my channel. You're going to see all these videos about these ladies, and you're going to think, what happened to these ladies? I know they didn't pass away. I know they haven't passed away. Then you're going to see, oh my God, they did pass away. What happened? Yeah, this is what happens. So we got to move carefully. Uh, Calm Down says, Kiki, thank you. And my God, and make oh, thank you. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you guys for listening to me. And may God bless all of you guys. Have you ever heard of, have you ever heard about a lot of kidnappings taken? Yeah, I did a story about that. I did a couple stories about women who were kidnapped in Nigeria. I don't mean to laugh, but I was thinking about the one who said she was kidnapped, taken to a warehouse. Remember that, y'all? And he fed her potatoes and beer. And then the security guard felt sorry for her. And then he gave her the money to fly back home and just let her go. But and I told y'all, I really think she was just over there with her boyfriend and just lied and said she was kidnapped. Tanya says the land situation is seriously too bad, too sad. You should not take this to court. She's going to have to chalk up a lot of losses. I know. Alita is in Central Africa. Uh, no, I thought she was in Ghana. Uh, okay. Africans unalive each other for land disputes all the time. It's sad, but true. Yeah, that's why I don't deal with that, because land disputes, that is no joke. When I was studying Africa in school, my professors always, every professor I had said, "Don't buy land in Africa. Don't buy land in Africa. All that is communal land. You can never own that land. That land will always be in a land dispute. Always, always." So don't buy. That's how come she was saying you end up selling. They saying to sell the land several times. One land was sold 16 times because somebody will come back and say, "Okay, I dispute this land deal. They didn't have my permission to sell the land." Okay, well, ma'am, how much do we have to pay you? Well, you can pay me 5,000. Okay, that person goes away. 6 years later, somebody else comes. Oh, you didn't pay me. I didn't get anything on the deal, and I need my money for the land. And that's how it goes. That's how it goes. So you'll never own that land. Nigerians in Europe are scared to travel to Nigeria and prefer to travel to Ghana instead. Okay, y'all. I don't know about that, but thank you for sharing. Okay, that is all I have for you tonight. Thank you again for spending all this time with me tonight. And we will be back on here next Saturday. And we will have our special guest, Miss Inez, will be here to talk to us about everything she's been through in Ghana. She'll give us some updates, and we can ask her all the questions that we couldn't figure out tonight. Thank y'all so much for spending your time with me today, this evening. I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys next week.